This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, okay. She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And the doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. Submitted to me all the way back in 2015, this account was sent by a mother of 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. Almost every night, between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., the boy would come to the parents' bedroom crying that he was scared because someone or something was in his room at the edge of his bed. The boy would claim that every night, the person or thing would come out from his closet and move to the same spot at the foot of his bed, standing there without moving. The first few times, the parents would check the boy's bedroom just to make him feel better. The closet door would always be open, and when questioned about why it was always open when it was supposed to be shut, he would insist it was because he was telling the truth about the thing in his closet. Every time the parents showed their son that the closet was empty, he would go back to sleep. Their 8-year-old daughter never had any similar issues. For a few nights, the parents allowed him to sleep in their room on the floor with a blanket. Eventually, though, after this had been going on for too long, the parents decided to humor him one more time and asked him to draw what the thing at the foot of his bed looked like. His drawing sent chills down his parents' spines. It depicted a grudge-like figure that seemed terrifying enough to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a 6-year-old boy. There also appeared to be something at the window, and when questioned about this, the boy said that he sometimes saw it at the window too when it wasn't at the foot of his bed. The parents' solution to this was to move their son's bed to the spare bedroom across the hall, which didn't have any big closets. The mother who submitted this couldn't help but feel a little creeped out herself by the drawing, especially every time he came crying to their room in the middle of the night. As a child, I always found attics to be mysterious places, filled with forgotten treasures and hidden secrets. But what I discovered in the attic of my childhood home would forever change my perception of those dusty, cobweb-covered spaces. It all started on a lazy summer afternoon, when my parents decided it was time to clean out the attic and rid of the clutter that had accumulated over the years. As we climbed the creaky stairs and pushed open the heavy attic door, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, mingled with a sense of trepidation at what we might find hidden in the shadows. The attic was a labyrinth of old boxes and forgotten relics, with dusty furniture and forgotten memories scattered among the cobwebs. As we began to sift through the detritus of years gone by, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that some unseen presence lurked just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. And then, as I reached the far corner of the attic, I saw it, a small, nondescript box tucked away behind a pile of old blankets. Curiosity getting the better of me, I reached out and opened the box, revealing its contents to the dim light of the attic. Inside were photographs old and yellowed with age, depicting scenes from another time. But as I looked closer, I realized that these were no ordinary photographs. They were images of my family, taken long before I was born, in a house that looked eerily similar to the one we were currently in. As I flipped through the photographs, a sense of unease settled over me, as if I was peering into a past that had been intentionally forgotten. And then, as I reached the bottom of the box, I found a photograph that sent a chill down my spine, a picture of a young boy standing in front of the same attic door, his eyes wide with fear. It was then that I realized the truth. The attic was haunted by the spirits of those who had come before, trapped in a liminal space between the past and the present. As I looked around at the dusty relics of a bygone era, I knew that I would never be able to forget the horrors that lurked within the forgotten attic of my childhood home. I got some Dunkin' Donuts this morning, and it brought the story back to my mind, so I figured I'd share it. During high school and college, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts for about 7 years and bounced around to a few different locations. I was used to working at the Dunkin' in my town, where we would get the yeast rings delivered periodically and frost them ourselves as needed. I transferred to a new shop about a half hour from my house with all the same responsibilities, except for the donuts. They were delivered by corporate and arrived frosted almost perfectly. They looked like the plastic donuts that they show in commercials, always round and not squished together. They would dip them in frosting so it was evenly spread and neat. It was a busy Saturday morning, and it was close to Valentine's Day, so we had a fresh order of brownie batter donuts delivered that morning. We were slammed, which was normal for a weekend, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to see my manager, whom I'll call Bill, running around stressed out. When he first ran past me, I didn't think anything of it, and I continued making sandwiches at the sandwich station. He rushed by, carrying a pastry tray, and I watched him begin frantically throwing something in the trash, looking really worried. At first, I laughed and just said, "Bill, what the heck are you doing?" He strained out and looked anything but himself. I had never seen Bill look so lost, so I asked what was going on and if something was wrong. "Someone filled the brownie batter donuts with staples," he said. He told me he got a phone call from corporate, and that one of the stores in our chain, which contained 10, had somehow discovered multiple staples in every donut in their order. At least 48 donuts for our store. Here's a revised version with natural breaks, and more or less for the other 9, depending on their sales. They told Bill we had to get rid of the most recent delivery because whoever put the batter in the filler dumped a ton of staples in it as well. Thankfully, we hadn't sold all the previous orders yet from that morning because it was still relatively early. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was going to be sick. What if a young child had gotten one of them? I pictured some family sitting at home on a Saturday morning, going out to get some drinks and donuts for the kids, and imagined everything else that could have happened afterward. I'm assuming nothing happened because I thankfully never heard anything on the news. It makes me wonder if they covered it up, and I hope they were able to find out who did it. Our first story begins on a Friday night, the air thick with anticipation. A young man named Jack, an avid gamer, scoured online marketplaces for a deal on a used console, eager to dive into the latest releases. He stumbled upon an offer that seemed too good to be true, a current-gen console, practically brand new, being sold at a fraction of the retail price. The seller, only identified as KL, was vague in his responses, claiming he simply needed to get rid of it. Despite a prickle of unease, Jack dismissed his better judgment and arranged to meet KL at a dimly lit gas station later that evening. The seller, a gaunt man with nervous eyes, arrived in a beat-up car, the console hastily wrapped in a garbage bag. He practically shoved it into Jack's hands, eager to be rid of the device. Jack, his excitement overriding his apprehension, paid the man and hurried home, eager to boot up his new purchase. As he connected the console to his TV, He noticed an unsettling detail he had overlooked in his haste, a single deep scratch etched across the top of the console, almost resembling a cryptic symbol. Brushing it off as nothing more than cosmetic damage, Jack grabbed his controller and prepared to enter a world of digital entertainment. From the moment he pressed the power button, things felt off. The console whirred to life with an unnatural hum, the fan noise louder and more erratic than it should have been. The screen flickered, displaying distorted images and garbled text before snapping into focus, revealing the console's home screen. But something was different. The usual cheerful background was replaced with a static image of a dark, desolate forest, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Jack chalked it up to a corrupted hard drive, a minor inconvenience he could easily fix with a factory reset. As he navigated the console's menu, he noticed strange glitches, the cursor moving on its own, selecting options he hadn't chosen. The console seemed to have a mind of its own, its actions becoming increasingly erratic and unsettling. Unease curdled in his stomach, but Jack, determined to make his new purchase work, continued to tinker with the settings, attempting to restore the console to its factory settings. His efforts were met with resistance, the console seemingly fighting back, the screen flashing with disturbing imagery, grotesque figures with hollow eyes and gaping maws flickering in and out of existence. Cold dread washed over Jack as he realized that this was no ordinary glitch. Our next tale takes us back to the neon-lit golden age of arcades, a time when joystick warriors battled it out for high scores and bragging rights. In the bustling heart of the city, nestled between a dingy pizzeria and a flickering neon sign promising adult entertainment, stood the Pixel Palace, a haven for gamers seeking an escape from reality. Among the flashing lights and the cacophony of blips and bleeps stood a machine unlike any other, its faded paint and flickering screen whispering tales of a bygone era. This was Dark Carnival, a game shrouded in mystery and whispered rumors, said to be haunted by the spirit of a former player. The legend went that a young man named Ben, a regular at the Pixel Palace, had become obsessed with Dark Carnival, spending every waking moment at the arcade, his fingers flying across the joystick, his eyes glued to the screen. He poured his allowance into the machine, determined to conquer its fiendishly difficult levels. After weeks of relentless gameplay, Ben finally achieved his goal, his initials flashing proudly at the top of the high-score screen. But his triumph was short-lived. As he celebrated his victory, a surge of electricity, a freak accident, seared through the machine, striking Ben down where he stood. Some say Ben's spirit, unable to leave the game he loved, became trapped within the machine, his digital ghost forever bound to the arcade cabinet. And so the legend of Dark Carnival grew, whispered among the regulars, a chilling tale of obsession and the insatiable hunger for the high score. Most dismissed it as an urban legend, a spooky story meant to deter players from hogging the machine for too long. But there were those who claimed to have witnessed strange occurrences firsthand, the screen flickering erratically, the game playing on its own, the faint sound of laughter echoing from the speakers, a chilling melody that sent shivers down their spines. One evening, a group of friends, their laughter echoing through the arcade, gathered around the Dark Carnival machine, their competitive spirits ignited. Among them was Tony, a skeptic by nature who scoffed at the stories surrounding the game. "It's just an old machine," he declared, "nothing more than wires and circuits." His friends, a mix of believers and those who enjoyed a good scare, exchanged nervous glances as Tony deposited a coin into the machine, the screen bursting to life with a burst of static. As Tony navigated the game's opening levels with ease, his skepticism began to waver. The game seemed to anticipate his every move, the enemies reacting with an almost unnatural precision, as if controlled by a sentient force. Halloween night, I don't know what year it was, but it was probably like 4 years ago, and it was a Saturday. I'll keep this short and to the point. My friend Jamie and I were set on doing something scary that night, and that ended up being a visit to the abandoned house way up the road from our campus. It was at the top of the hill, and some students referred to it as the Blair Witch House simply because it's all by itself on an enclosed property and it had been abandoned for years. So come 10 o'clock, Jamie drove us all the way up the road and parked his car in the dirt outside of the property. We walked up the hill to the house, and even just seeing the unlit house standing in the dark gave me goosebumps. We both came with backpacks full of tools like flashlights and knives, just in case, and he even brought a crowbar. Surprisingly, he didn't need it though because the front door was already cracked open. This is where the flashlights came in because, of course, the inside was as dark as it gets. The house seemed to be scrapped for just about everything because nothing was left except junk, nothing very exciting. Then there was a thump from upstairs. Jamie and I looked at each other, and we agreed to go upstairs and check it out. He led the way up the stairs, which were extremely rickety. He got to the top, and there was a small hall with 3 doors. We passed the first room, which was a tiny bedroom with an old collapsed bed frame still in there. There was a second door on the left. This one led to an empty bathroom. There was one more door, this one on the right of the hall. We stepped inside. This bedroom was definitely the master bedroom. There was a bed frame sitting in the center of the room. There was once carpet on this wood floor, which had apparently been ripped away over the years. We stepped fully inside the room, looking for what could have made the thumping sound. Then the door to the room slammed shut. There was suddenly a white flash that filled the room, then another. It seemed like camera flashes. Jamie screamed and opened the door back up to flee the room. I did the same. Neither of us looked for whoever was in there with us in the moment. We were way too scared. We ran back to the car, and Jamie drove us back to campus. A week later, Jamie sent me a picture through text. He was holding a photograph. In the picture, it was of the 2 of us in that bedroom of the house. He said they were left under his windshield wiper in the parking lot of our dorm building. I told him to throw them away and park somewhere else from now on. We only told a few close friends about this, and we never went near that house again. The story I just told actually happened to me when I was still living with my parents about 3 years ago. We moved to a new house at the end of 2019, right before the lockdown, and multiple things happened. One night, around 7 p.m., my mom and I were driving home from school. It's about a 20-minute ride. My mom has this weird habit of always checking who's behind us. That night, she noticed that a car had been following us for a few minutes. To be sure we weren't paranoid, we slowed down and made 2 rounds in a roundabout, but the car ended up cutting us off at full speed on the small road leading to our house. This wasn't a busy road usually, so we assumed we were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Fast forward to the lockdown. At first, everything was going well, and we collectively decided to forget about the incident. By May, 2 months after the lockdown started and almost at the end of it, my sister was downstairs around 3 a.m., just hanging out in the living room. Just to give context, our house has lots of doors and windows in the living room. She noticed that one of the doors was slightly opening and assumed that someone had forgotten to close it and that the wind was blowing it open. But when she tried to push it to lock it, she felt like someone was putting their weight on it to open it. She screamed as loud as she could and ran upstairs to our parents. They went into the backyard to check if anyone was there, but they didn't see anyone, so we let it go as a one-time thing. But my mom wasn't reassured, so she started staying in the living room during the night to see if anything would happen. For the next few weeks, nothing happened, and she asked me multiple times to stay with her just to be her witness in case anything did happen. One night, around 1 a.m., we were lying on the couch, but the lights were off because I had a headache, and my mom was just scrolling through her phone. We saw a blinding light directed at our living room, which spooked me so much that I was completely paralyzed. My parents went into the backyard, but again, nothing. After that, we saw multiple lights and heard strange noises. On the surveillance camera, there were weird people at our gate, staring directly at our house. But since that's not technically illegal, we couldn't do anything about it. This continued for a few months, and it was driving my family insane. In 2021, while we were cleaning the backyard for summer, we found a big hole in the bushes, large enough for someone to pass through. We didn't know what to do, but we were now sure that someone had been coming onto our property. Almost nothing happened after that, which made us believe that whoever it was knew we were onto them. But we still don't have a clue about who it was, why they were doing it, or even if they intended to do something bad. This story took place last year towards the end of October, just before Halloween. Do you know that seasonal fall feeling you get in the US, more specifically the Midwest states? It's such a different feeling than the rest of the year. The cooler weather with the higher mile-per-hour winds and the sun not being out as much just adds to the ambient feeling I'm trying to describe, especially at night or dusk even. And with Halloween only being a few days away, it just adds to the eeriness. I love this time of year though, so I'm not complaining at all. I live in a small city, and I live in the downtown area of it in a medium-sized neighborhood. I have a car, but my house is walking distance between almost everything I need to get to daily. I ride my bike a lot through town all around the area. I have a route that I usually do once or twice a week. It's probably a 4.5-mile bike ride. Sometimes when I'm really bored and don't feel like biking, I'll walk the route instead. Sometimes I'll do a light jog here and there as well. But I have severe asthma, so I try not to overdo anything. One night when I was riding, it was a little bit later than usual. I was making my way to this park that I like to ride through sometimes. It has a nice park trail I like to go through. The park closes at dusk and it was already dark outside. I knew it was close, but I felt like it wasn't a huge deal and that it couldn't hurt, so I rode through anyways. After all, I've done it many times with no trouble at all. I have reflective lights on my bike and a flashlight gear to the front of my handlebars as well. All of a sudden, it became clear as I was getting closer there was a strange figure in the distance. As it got even closer, I was able to shine my flashlight at whatever the shadowy figure was. Well, it wasn't just a shadow, it was a human being dressed up as a clown. What the hell do you want? Who are you? There was pure silence for a moment. Dude, seriously, please stop, I said, a bit more demanding. Dude, I'm not going to tell you again. Get the hell away from me. I was trying to seem like I wasn't scared, but deep down I was fuck myself. He started walking towards me slowly. Right then and there, I turned around and booked it all the way home. Thank God I was on my bike. Had I been walking that night, it would have been nothing short of a foot race. I made it back home safe and sound. This still gives me the heebie-jeebies to think about. What makes this even scarier was there was not one single car at the park, so more than likely it was just me and him there. Why else would he be there alone? Was he even alone? I don't know what's worse, but there is no single doubt in my mind he was going to try and hurt me. This experience happened to me when I was only 9 years old. Being that it was so long ago, I don't remember every small detail, but I'll do my best to keep everything as accurate as possible. Back then, I lived in a considerably remote area in the US. Neighboring houses were a good half-mile apart. Therefore, while my family had met a couple of our neighbors, many of them were complete strangers. This included the resident of the house to the left of ours. I don't remember his name, but it was an elderly man that lived there. He was creepy, to say the least. All of the windows on his house were spray painted so that no one could see inside, and his whole yard was completely overgrown. I know all this because every Monday through Friday, I had to walk past his house to get home from school. Every time I did this, the man would either be standing on his porch watching me or trying to make conversation with me as I walked by. It got to the point where I dreaded walking home from school just because I'd have to walk past him. But this wasn't even the worst of it. Maybe once or twice a month, the guy would make the half-mile walk to our house in the middle of the night. He would then shine a flashlight into the window of my room. I knew it was the same guy too because one of the times, I witnessed him walking down the road towards our house. Looking back, this was 100% extremely alarming behavior, but at the time, I thought the best way of handling it was just to ignore it. Therefore, I didn't tell my parents about it. I also remember reasoning that my bedroom was on the second floor, so it's not like he was able to see much of inside my room anyway. Skip to a summer night in that same year, and I was once again woken up by the light of a flashlight shining in my room. This time, it was followed by a subtle thud sound against the wall. It felt like my heart had stopped. The only thing running through my mind in that moment was how it sounded exactly like a ladder being propped up against the side of the house. Not long later, my suspicions would be confirmed. A knocking sound rang out from the glass of the window. I looked over and was met with the smiling face of the man gesturing me to open the window. But no. I screamed and ran to my parents' bedroom. I desperately explained to them how the neighbor was outside my window. They went in my room, but of course, he was gone by that point. The worst part is they didn't even believe me, chalking it up to me seeing things. Therefore, the police were never called. But even now, as an adult, I know exactly what I saw. I try not to think about the intentions he had towards my 9-year-old self. I never saw him again after that. In fact, not even a week after the occurrence, his house had a for sale sign up next to it, which to me serves as further proof that it was him. I've lived in many different places since then, and not one neighbor comes even slightly close to how creepy that man was. It was the middle of the summer. I was 11 years old and my younger brother was 8. We were outside playing various games with other kids in our neighborhood, but we finally headed home as the sun went down. Maybe once a week, our parents would go to a different restaurant around town, leaving my younger brother and me home alone. Most of the time, they'd tell us before they went out, but if we were outside playing, sometimes they'd just leave us to our game. When we got back home and no one was there, we assumed this was the case. Confirming this was a note left on the kitchen counter. My younger brother and I both went to the living room to watch TV, something we usually did before bed. After half an hour, it had gotten completely dark outside. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, followed by knocking. At first, I thought it was our parents getting back, but it definitely wasn't normal for them to use the front door, much less not have a key for it. The chances of the garage door opener they had not working them for getting a key were extremely low. Although I realized it was still possible, I left the living room and went up to the front door to see who it was. As I approached the door, I heard a man's voice yell that he was selling Girl Scout cookies. I was extremely confused considering the time of day. I looked through the peephole and saw a grown man, completely alone, with no cookies in hand and not with his daughter, as I was expecting. The man yelled out once more before moving his hand to the door handle. My heart dropped, realizing that we had forgotten to lock the door when coming in for the night. The door handle slowly started turning, and I quickly engaged the deadlock. A clicking sound echoed out. It was too loud. Clearly, the man had heard it and now knew someone was inside. I waited a minute before once again looking through the peephole. The man was now looking through our living room window directly at my younger brother, who was completely unaware of what was going on. From where he now stood, I could make out a gun holstered on the left side of his waist. I ran back to the living room and closed the blinds. I told my brother we should get some ice cream downstairs in the basement. I needed to get him away from any windows, but I knew that if he knew what was going on, he would freak out. He agreed, and we went downstairs. I silently locked the basement door behind us. We ate our ice cream, and eventually, I could hear the hum of the garage door opening from upstairs, signifying that my parents were back home. Later, when my brother wasn't around, I told them what had happened. They were horrified and understandably called the police. The police inspected the place, and one of the first things they noticed was how the front door's lock had clearly been tampered with, basically confirming the man had ill intent and was trying to break in. What he planned to do when he got inside, though, I can't say for sure, and neither can the police. The man was never identified. To this day, my younger brother doesn't even know this whole event took place. Back when I was younger, we had our prom in an old hall in central Idaho. It was a rural area, not much in the surrounding area. You could probably say the middle of nowhere if that wasn't extremely cliché. There was, however, an old, abandoned house about a 5-minute walk away from the venue where the prom was being held. The night progressed as intended. There was awkward dancing, secret drinking, people embarrassing themselves, and some getting lucky. Some winners, some losers. I was one of the losers who none of the girls wanted to dance with. At one point near the end of the night, a few buddies and I decided to go check out the old abandoned house we heard was nearby. It seemed more fun than sitting around in the hall feeling sorry for ourselves. As we approached the abandoned house, we noticed something strange. A flickering light in one of the ground floor rooms was on. It looked like candlelight. We guessed this place wasn't so abandoned after all, we figured. Still, we got closer just to check the place out. We'd come this far. Right? We got close enough to get a relatively decent view of the inside of the living room where the light was coming from. Strange. There was no furniture inside at all, and the place looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. We shrugged it off and started to head back to the prom hall. We didn't want to trespass or anything. As we turned to leave, we heard a noise coming from the back of the property. It was a truck's engine, roaring. In no time at all, it came screaming around from the back of the house, its headlights lighting us up, and sped off past us over the fields. There wasn't even a road or anything. Soon, it disappeared into the darkness. What the heck was that about? We walked back to the prom hall and didn't bother mentioning the story to anybody. After all, what was there to tell, really? At the end of the night, we realized we should have spoken up sooner. 4 of our fellow students, 3 females and 1 male, had gone missing. It was a group of friends who always hung out together. One of their other friends said that they'd gone to explore the abandoned house earlier in the evening. When they hadn't returned, she assumed it was just because they were having fun out there. The authorities were notified, and they went to explore the abandoned house we'd checked out earlier. Inside, they found the male student, bound, gagged, and unconscious on the living room floor. If we'd gotten closer to the window, we would have spotted him lying there. The females were nowhere to be seen. When he finally came to, the males said he had no memory of what had happened. The last thing he remembered was approaching the old house. My friends and I spoke up about the truck we'd seen speeding off across the fields. Now the main theory is that someone or someone's took those female students and that they were in the truck we saw speed past us. Perhaps they'd seen us approaching the house and we spooked them. Who knows? Either way, those students were never seen or heard from again. We still don't know where they were taken, or what happened to them. This is a story my uncle told me that happened during his high school prom. I can't vouch for how accurate all the details are, but I can vouch for my uncle. He's an honest guy, and I can't see him just making something like this up. Anyway, here's his story. This was back in the 60s in Spokane, Washington, and my uncle was at his prom with his date, hanging out with all his friends and generally having a great time. There was another student there that my uncle wasn't close with, just an acquaintance. His name was Jin. According to my uncle, he saw Jin hanging out with his buddies and having fun. Nothing seemed unusual about him. Everything was totally normal. Then, at some point during the evening, a group of other students saw Jin wander off into the nearby forest by himself. Apparently, he went out to enjoy some of nature's finest herb, if you catch my drift. Anyway, the night went on, and my uncle and his friends all had a blast. The thing is, Jin didn't return to the venue. Everyone just assumed he went home. That wasn't the case though. Jin never made it home that night. His parents contacted the authorities the next morning. They, of course, searched the forest area that he'd last been seen walking into, but there was no trace of the poor guy anywhere. Rumors started circulating about what had happened to him. As time went by, everyone just assumed the worst. Jin's parents never gave up their search for him though. Then, 22 years after he had vanished, against all odds, a man in a tuxedo was found wandering in those very woods. It was Jin. Visually, he was 22 years older, but he acted as if a day hadn't even passed since the night of the prom. He seemed confused and disoriented, and was taken to the hospital for examination. When interviewed, the man said that he was indeed Jin, and that he was 17, and that only the night before he'd been to his prom. Well, just from looking at him you could tell he was 39, but he remained adamant he was still in high school. His wallet contained a driver's license that was issued back in the 60s, along with his student ID. Both were Jin's. When his parents arrived to identify him, they immediately recognized the man as their son. They were elated. Jin, on the other hand, was shocked. His parents were old now, but in his mind, only one night had passed. Jin's body was in the 1980s, but his mind was still back in the early 60s. Over the next few hours, medical staff convinced Jin that he had indeed been missing for the past 2 decades. They even showed him cutouts from newspapers to prove it. As you can imagine, he kind of lost his mind a little after that. My uncle doesn't know much about what happened to Jin after that. He ended up moving away and losing all contact, not that they were close to begin with. Still, if it's true, it's a crazy story. How did Jin survive out in those woods for so many years, if indeed that's where he had been, and more pressingly, why did he have no memory of all those years? I've heard of people having crazy trips where they think their whole lives have passed, only for them to wake up the next morning to find out they had just been in a phantom reality, but I've never heard of anything like this. I don't know what I'd do if I was him. This is something that took place when I turned 18 years old. For a little background, I'm a female. It was the summer, and I had recently graduated from high school. Around my birthday, on one Saturday, my parents had a birthday and graduation party for me. It was at our house, and quite a few people showed up. We had food catered, and the party was mostly in the backyard. First, lots of family came by, and then many of my friends started showing up as well. The party lasted for several hours, and everything was going well, but towards the end, that sort of changed. It was probably around 5 p.m. Many people had left, and just a few family members were still there. I was sitting in the backyard with everyone, but I got up to get something to drink. In our backyard, it's mostly all fenced in and not that large. At the back side of it, there's a shed, and my dad has an old fridge in there with some drinks in it. I walked over there, and when I got inside the shed, all of a sudden, I heard somebody else walking in. I looked up, and there was this man standing there who I did not recognize. I just remember that he had sort of longer hair and was about average height. When he approached me, he said hi in a friendly way. The man then said happy birthday to me, and I could see that he was holding a wrapped gift in his hand. I was confused, and the man then told me that he was my dad's friend. I sort of believed him because how else would this guy be here? Maybe he had just gotten there and was also going to get a drink. It just seemed really strange that he would show up if he had never seen me before. We had a brief conversation, and the man was asking me how I was doing and stuff. He then handed me the gift that he had got for me. I said thanks, and then I said that I was going to go back over to my family. I thought that the man would follow me back over. At first, he left the shed behind me. The angle from the entrance of the shed is not visible from where everyone else was, so after leaving, the man went to the left instead of going to the right. And he went behind the small area between the shed and the back fence. There's about 3 or 4 feet until the fence that separates the backyard from the alleyway behind our house. I thought it was really strange that he was going back there, and I didn't know why, but I didn't question him. Instead, I just walked back over to the rest of my family and friends where I had been before. I remember that I went over to my dad and asked him if one of his friends was going to be there who I didn't know. He said no, and I then told him about the guy. My dad seemed just as confused as I was, and we went back over to look for the guy, but he was completely gone and must have left. That made the whole thing seem pretty creepy. I was still holding the gift that he gave me, and I decided to open it up. When I did, I saw that it was a framed photo. The picture was photoshopped of me and the man standing together. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life, and in the photo, the guy was wearing sunglasses. So it was harder to tell his exact identity. My parents and I were so confused by the whole thing. We tried to figure out who this guy could possibly be, but had no luck. I never ended up finding out who the man was. I'm just glad that I haven't seen him since. In 2018, my family decided that we were going to take a vacation on a cruise ship. None of us had ever been on one, and we thought this would be a great first-time experience with the family. We docked from Miami, Florida, for a 7-day trip that would take us to the Bahamas. As an 18-year-old girl at the time, I was super excited to finally see why so many people love to go on cruises. Honestly, as the week went by, it wasn't that all exciting. You're pretty much on a floating hotel with a bunch of strangers. The only actual fun time that I had was when we docked in the Bahamas and we could walk around and check out the area. But as we were heading back to Miami on the 7th day, I decided that I wanted to walk around the bow of the ship by myself. It was late, and the rest of my family was in the dining hall drinking and celebrating our last night on the cruise. I was leaning on the rail of the bow, just staring out into the black ocean. If I'm being honest, it was actually terrifying looking out. I remember thinking, what if someone fell overboard? You wouldn't be able to see them. As I continued to stare out into the black ocean, I remember the moon reflecting on the necklace that I was wearing. It was my grandmother's. She had given it to me as a gift just before she passed away a few years back. As I was reminiscing about my grandmother and the terrifying dark ocean before me, a man approached me. At this moment in the story, I was a little tipsy. The man seemed to be pretty cute, and my guard wasn't all the way up. He said hello and asked for my name. We started to chat a bit when I suddenly realized how alone we were. It was just us two by the bow of the ship talking. I didn't see another person at all. This fact alone started to sober me up. Even though he was cute, I started to get this uncomfortable feeling. I nervously told him I needed to get back to the dining hall. I was walking away when he grabbed my arm hard. I told him to let go. He looked at my chest and said, "That's a lovely necklace." I tried to yank my arm away from his grasp, but he was too strong. He tore the necklace clean off my neck. I started to scream at him to give it back. This is where it becomes nightmarish. He slapped me hard across my cheek and started to bear hug me. He was trying to lift me up and throw me off the bow of the ship. I screamed at the top of my lungs. I screamed so loudly that I thought my throat was going to tear. I fought for my life as he aggressively tried to lift me up over the railing and throw me over. By the grace of God, 2 crew members heard my screams and sprinted over. One of them grabbed hold of the man while the other grabbed me and pulled me back down from the railing. At this point, I was bawling my eyes out. The crew members radioed for backup, and in 2 minutes, there were about 10 security members at the scene. They detained the man and threw him in the brig. I remember wondering what the brig was when one of the crew members said that it was the jail cell that they have on the ship. That is exactly how I found out that cruise ships have jails. My family eventually came to me, and I was returned my grandmother's necklace. In the end, the cruise liner offered us a full refund and a 5-year pass in their first-class suites. As for the guy who attacked me, when we docked in Miami, he was arrested for assault. I don't know what his sentence was. Our next tale takes us to a secluded lake, shrouded in mystery and whispers of the past, where a fraternity known as the Sentinels held their annual pledge retreat, a tradition steeped in secrecy and fear. The pledges, expecting a weekend of bonding and camaraderie, walked into a nightmare that would change their lives forever. Among them was Chad, a promising athlete with dreams of success and a future full of potential. The first night, the pledges were gathered around a bonfire, the flames casting eerie shadows on their anxious faces. They were instructed to partake in a series of dangerous challenges, each more terrifying than the last. They were forced to swim across the icy lake, their breaths visible in the cold night air, and scale treacherous cliffs that loomed ominously in the darkness. With each challenge, the fraternity brothers' laughter grew more menacing, echoing through the night like a sinister chorus. One challenge stood out. The pledges were told to paddle to the center of the lake, a place rumored to be haunted by spirits of the past. As they reached the center, the canoes were jerked violently, and the pledges tumbled into the icy water, their screams piercing the night. Panic surged through Chad as he struggled to stay afloat, the cold water sapping his strength with every passing second. He felt something brush against his leg, sending a surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. A surge of primal fear through his body, a fear that gripped his heart and refused to let go. The unseen creature continued to circle him, its presence a constant, terrifying reminder of the danger lurking beneath the surface. Chad cried out for help, but his cries were met with mocking laughter from the shore, the fraternity brothers' faces twisted in cruel amusement. Terror lent Chad a surge of adrenaline, and he swam with all his might, his muscles burning with the effort. Just when he thought he was going to make it, he felt something grab his ankle, a cold, unyielding grip that pulled him down. He was pulled down into the depths of the lake, the water closing over his head like a dark, suffocating shroud. He caught a fleeting glimpse of glowing red eyes beneath the surface, eyes that seemed to bore into his soul. The next morning, Chad's lifeless body surfaced, his face frozen in a silent scream, a testament to the horror he had endured. The fraternity brothers claimed it was a tragic accident, their voices filled with sorrow, but the other pledges knew the truth, a truth that haunted them and bound them in a pact of silence. The police were called, and an investigation was launched, the authorities combing the area for any clues. Without concrete evidence, the case went cold, the truth buried beneath layers of fear and secrecy. The Sentinels disbanded, their secrets intact, the shadows of their past actions lingering like a dark cloud. Chad's death sent shockwaves through the campus, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can lurk in unexpected places. It served as a chilling reminder that darkness lurked beneath the surface of normalcy, a darkness that could strike without warning. The lake became a haunting reminder of the night the Sentinels' reign of terror went too far, a place where the past and present seemed to merge. The fraternity brothers' faces were etched with poorly concealed fear, their eyes betraying the guilt they tried to hide. The pledges knew the truth, but the case went cold, the secrets of that night remaining hidden in the shadows. A few years ago, we hosted Christmas at our house. It was my wife and me, and we were having about 10 to 15 family members come over. We have a somewhat large house and also a large backyard. Our house was decorated and ready for the guests. On Christmas Day, everything started out very well. Family started to arrive at roughly 11 o'clock in the morning. I was pretty busy talking to people and stuff, but maybe at about 11:30, something odd happened. One of my cousins arrived, and I went outside to greet him. As he was walking in, he told me that he thought he saw a guy in my backyard and wanted to know if I knew about him. I was confused. Nobody was going outside, and I didn't know why anybody would be in the backyard. I asked him to tell me more about it. He said that when he pulled into my driveway, he noticed a guy walking near the tree line of the woods in the backyard. He thought that it was me at first, but quickly realized that it wasn't. He took a few steps towards the backyard after getting out of his car, but the man quickly went out of sight. We both decided to go over there and look. After walking back to where he spotted the guy, we saw the footprints in the snow but didn't see anyone. He must have been gone by then. We yelled out into the woods, asking if anybody was there. It was complete silence. I really had no idea who it could be. My neighborhood is pretty quiet, and the houses are spaced out pretty good, but I didn't know what else could be done, so we both just went back inside. After going back in, I quickly forgot all about it and was busy talking to people for hours. Everything was going well, but then as I was walking past one of the windows that looks out to the backyard, I saw the man myself. He was kind of far away, but I saw a guy walking through the edge of the tree line. This had to be the same person. I yelled for my cousin to come and see. The man in the woods then stopped and seemed to look in my direction. My cousin was walking over, but by the time he got there, the man then darted back into the woods. My cousin saw him for just a split second. He told me that it was the same guy that he had seen earlier, though. We kept watching the area, but he did not come back. I still wasn't really sure what to do about it, so we just went back to where everyone else was. I looked out the window a couple more times but didn't see the guy. I hoped that maybe he would leave for good. I still couldn't help but wonder what he was doing back there, though. Eventually, people left, and it was soon just my wife and me. We looked out the window several more times that night, but there was still nothing. At that point, I felt a lot better about it. The very next morning, I went outside in the backyard. Everything was fine at first, but I soon noticed something strange. The man wasn't back, but there was a new set of footprints in the snow. It was clearly from a person, and it wasn't mine. There had been a fresh layer of snow on Christmas Eve, and my cousin and I walked back there to the woods the day before. We were far away. In fact, I saw those sets of tracks. These new tracks went from the woods right to our back door, then they appeared to go back to the woods. Could the same man have walked to our back door and tried to get in overnight? It creeped me out to think about it. For the next several days, I was very suspicious, but after that, I never saw the guy. I also didn't notice any other strange things happening. I still don't know who the man was and what he was doing. I once responded to a call of a possible breaking and entering. A young woman living alone called in fear, saying that she came home to find a broken window downstairs, but nothing seemed to be stolen, and she couldn't find anyone inside. But then, when she went upstairs to bed, she thought she could hear footsteps moving around downstairs. Her call disconnected shortly after she said that, and the woman wouldn't pick up to any of the attempted callbacks. I took the call and arrived at the little house. I went to knock on the front door, and after a minute, I gave it another set of knocks and pressed the doorbell. After another minute, I tried one more time, this time banging really loudly and ringing the bell again. When there was no answer this time, I decided to inspect the house. I walked around the house and found the busted window. It was a window big enough to crawl through with ease. I stuck my head into the dark house and yelled, "It's the police." It was silent. I radioed to dispatch that the house seemed silent. More officers were en route, but I didn't feel right waiting around in case there was someone truly in danger in the house. I radioed that I'm going into the house through the window and then climbed through it. I stepped over the shattered glass into the kitchen. I drew my gun and started walking through the kitchen, hearing the glass crunching below my boots. I shouted into the house to make my presence as a police officer known to anyone who was inside. I didn't hear any footsteps, so I went upstairs, as the woman on the phone told dispatch that she heard footsteps downstairs. That would mean her bedroom was upstairs. I wasn't trying to be too quiet as I went up the stairs, but I also wasn't stomping around. I didn't know what to expect, if someone with a weapon was in the house or if the woman was just alone in bed. I said, "Ma'am, it's a police officer. Are you here?" I heard back a soft female voice from upstairs saying, "Yes." I followed the voice to one of the bedrooms where I saw a woman sitting up in her bed under the covers. She looked at me, and I asked if she was okay. She said she was fine. I noticed a slight tremble in her voice. I kept the lights to the bedroom off as I looked at her. There was enough natural moonlight in the room that I could examine her facial expression. She looked distressed. I told her I was responding to her phone call and then asked her why she hung up and didn't pick up the callbacks. She stuttered and said, "No one is here." I caught on to what was going on. I looked at the closet and made a slight head nod to her. She very slightly shook her head no. I looked down under the bed and pointed, and she shook her head yes. The weight of the pressure of what to do next was 1,000 pounds. The best idea I came up with on the spot was telling her, "All right, ma'am, I just need you to sign this report form stating that I was here and there was nothing unusual." She said okay and got up from the bed and came over to me. When she was close enough, I pushed her out of the room and then drew my gun and yelled, "Come out from under the bed." I was still shook when I saw a dark figure actually slowly coming out from under the bed. I said, "Hands first and drop any weapons." I heard the clank of something drop to the floor, which turned out to be a gun. A middle-aged man in all black clothes stepped out from under the bed with his hands up and made the arrest on the spot and brought him outside, right around the time the other officers were arriving. The woman had hung up the phone on the police when she thought the footsteps were upstairs, and she didn't want the intruder to hear the audio from the phone call. This was also why she didn't pick up the phone because, by this point, the intruder had entered the room and had her at gunpoint. Since the police were already coming, for whatever reason, instead of fleeing the scene, the intruder threatened to shoot the woman if she made a sound. When the police came, after I had rung the bell, he hid under the bed and told her to pretend he wasn't there. I'm glad I was able to catch on to the situation. It could have gone a number of ways if I hadn't. A few years ago, I went on a Hawaii cruise with a few friends. It started out as a great little vacation. However, by the third day at sea, things started getting weird. After 2 days of eating constant sushi, I started to feel a little dizzy and lightheaded at times. My friends told me no more sushi, as it probably had something to do with that. But anyway, after a few drinks, I separated myself from my friends, who were sitting in one of the ship's many bars, and started walking back to my room because I really wasn't feeling too well. I took some weird lower deck route back in the direction of my room since some of the bars were on the lowest public levels of the ship. I asked one of the maids in the hallway which way was the quickest to get to the section my room was in. The maid had a very thick accent, but I understood her to have said, "Keep going straight, then make a left at the sign." So I did that. I came to a sign. I don't remember what it said, but it was a sign, so I turned left there. I was in some narrow hall with a tiled floor instead of carpeting. It didn't seem like the right way to go at all. It seemed more like an employee-only section. Still, I figured I'd give it a chance before turning back and continued down this narrow hall. I came to a corner, then looked to my right, and here was the creepiest hallway you could possibly find on the ship. Half the lights were out, one was flashing on and off, but at the end of this tiny hallway was someone standing, facing the wall. My head started to hurt even more as I saw this. I had to rub my eyes to make sure what I was seeing was real. When I moved my hands away from my eyes, the person standing by the wall was now looking at me. Considering they were standing in the dark section of this hallway, not lit up by lights, I couldn't really see much about their actual face other than that I knew they were looking at me. I turned and went back the direction I came. I walked back down the hall. The maid was gone now. However, with my head still killing me, I managed to get back to the lobby of this floor, and at that point, finding the elevators was easy. I made it back to my room easily at that point and crashed into bed. I was sure I had gotten food poisoning from the sushi because my stomach was also hurting along with my head. Anyway, I woke up at some odd hour in the night and I couldn't move. The only thing I could move were my eyes. I tried looking around the room, but my inability to move my head or sit in an upright position made seeing a lot of the room difficult. I remember something seemed to appear in my peripheral vision. I turned my eyes to the opposite side of the room, and there was a figure facing the wall. As I looked at it, I wanted to scream or run, but I couldn't do anything. It was as real as could be. I knew I was seeing it. The head of the figure turned around to face me, but all I saw was black. The body, the face, everything about this figure just looked black. The figure started to move closer to me. The most disturbing thing about it, though, was that as it moved towards me, it didn't move its limbs. It seemed to just slowly float towards me. The figure stopped over my bed. Now I could slightly see a face to it, and I recognized it as that person I saw earlier in the night in that hallway. I don't remember exactly how long that figure stood over my bed, but suddenly I saw its mouth open twice as wide as you'd expect to be humanly possible. Out came a deafeningly real scream, so loud that I think it woke me up completely from the sleep paralysis I was just in. The craziest thing I remember was the scream of this sleep paralysis figure feeding into the scream of my own voice. I was finally able to make a sound. I flicked on the light, and my friend who was in the other bed woke up asking what was wrong. I told him about the horrible experience I just had. He once again said I'd been eating way too much raw fish and it was messing with my head. My whole body was shaking, and my voice was trembling. I went back to sleep and don't remember having another dream that night. But I still wonder if that person I saw in the hallway was real or not, because I'm 90% sure that's the hallucination I had in my paralysis. That hallucination was also the realest, most horrific thing I'd ever seen. This story took place just last year. It was in December, just a few weeks before Christmas. I live in a large neighborhood in a house with my wife and 2 young children. One evening, my wife met up with one of her best friends. Her best friend's kids are around the same ages as ours, and they all went to spend time together. My wife told me this while I was at work and asked me to set up the Christmas lights when I got home. I told her that I would do it, and I wanted to surprise the kids with them when they got home. We had gotten a little bit of snow already, but the weather wasn't too cold, so it was a good night to do it. We had several lawn decorations, but the hardest part was hanging up the lights from the roof. I would have to take out the ladder and climb up onto the roof for that. So, that day when I got home from work, almost instantly, I went to the garage and got everything that I needed. It was dark out by then, and I first set up some of the things in our front yard. Then, I got the ladder and went on top of the roof. The lights went all the way around our house on both sides, in the front and back of it. When I got around towards the back side of the house and was still on top of the roof, I heard a noise coming from below. I didn't know what it was at first, but it sounded like somebody was back there. Even though it was dark out, I had a pretty good view of my surroundings. When I looked, I finally saw that there was a man standing sort of near our house behind it. I had never seen him before, and he was not a neighbor that I was aware of. I didn't know what this guy was doing in my backyard. I saw him walk closer to me. I called out, asking who he was and what he was doing, but he didn't answer. Instead, he started running towards my ladder. It was a ways down, probably about 20 feet. There was no way that I was going to get there before him. The guy then took my ladder and knocked it down. Now I had no way of getting off the roof. Then, he walked around to the back door, which I had left unlocked. He then entered our house. I was angry but tried to remain calm. Luckily, I did have my cell phone on me. I dialed 911 and told them about what had happened. Then, I just had to wait for them to arrive and hope that the man did not destroy my house or steal anything. I yelled down to him that I called the police, hoping that it would scare him off. I really didn't hear anything, though. I wasn't sure where the guy was or what he was doing. Then, probably 2 or 3 minutes later, the guy suddenly left. He came running out of my house at full speed. He ran through the backyard and then hopped the fence, which connected my yard with my neighbor's. After leaping it, he kept running and very quickly was completely out of my sight. I was glad to see him gone and didn't notice him holding anything as he ran. He very well could have stolen something small and put it in his pocket or still damaged something, but overall, this was a relief. Just a few minutes after that, the police showed up. They were able to get my ladder and help me get down from the roof. Then they searched my house and property and said that they would look around in the nearby area for the man. I didn't have a great description of him, but I told them what I could. The crazy part is after searching the house, nothing was messed up, and nothing was stolen either. That really surprised me. I still don't know why he entered my house or was even in my yard. After the police left, I finished putting my lights up but was very careful. The guy never came back. I finished on time before my wife and kids returned home. After that, nothing like that has happened since. We still live there, and I recently put out all the decorations again this year. Things went much smoother. It was the holidays. Most of my friends were away, so I had decided to look for a part-time job to earn a bit of money. After waiting around for about a week, I finally got a call from a nearby restaurant asking me to come in for a trial. I had a fair bit of waitering experience, so I wasn't too surprised when the owner offered me the position. The place had a really creepy atmosphere to it. It was small, dimly lit, and every so often a terrible smell would circulate through the air. It wasn't somewhere I would have usually gone for, but I needed the money and kept reminding myself that I'd only be here until college started back up anyway. It was around 10 p.m., and I was out the front by myself cleaning the cutlery while I waited for the last table to leave. It was a table of 4 big guys. They were pretty rough looking. In fact, if I passed them on the street, I would have assumed they were homeless. Half an hour passed, and they finally got up to leave. I smiled as one of them came to the register to pay. "That's 42.50 altogether," I said. He immediately handed over a bunch of crinkled notes with a big grin on his face. Unfortunately, I had seen this kind of look before and braced myself for the cheesy pickup line. He said to me, "You doing anything tonight, cutie?" bringing himself closer to the register. "Thank you, have a good night," I replied, trying to make it clear that I was not interested. He laughed and walked out the door, mumbling something under his breath as he went. As soon as he was out of sight, I quickly cleared the dishes, cleaned down, and got changed out of my staff uniform. I waved goodbye to the last kitchen hand as I walked out the door and into the night. My house was only a couple of blocks away, so every night I walked to save gas. I had only walked for about 5 minutes when a loud whistle startled me. I looked off into the direction it came from and froze in fear. It was the same guy from the restaurant. He was on the opposite side of the street, signaling for me to come over with a large grin on his face. I took a pause before my instincts kicked in, and I started to quickly walk away. My house was still about 10 minutes away, and I could feel him getting closer with every step. Terrifying thoughts were racing around in my head, knowing very well that this could end badly. I turned the corner and started to sprint down the footpath. I felt tears gather up in my eyes as loud footsteps followed closely behind me. I didn't look behind out of fear, and all of a sudden a hand firmly grabbed my shoulder and yanked me backward. I turned to see the man. His face was red, and his grin had morphed into a furious expression. He put his finger up to his lips. "Don't scream, or I'll cut you," he whispered. At this point, I was ready to accept my fate when out of nowhere I felt a sudden burst of rage explode inside of me. I grabbed his face and dug my nails deep into his eyes. The man let out a loud, horrible noise as he clenched his face in pain. I took this chance and made a run for it. I ran all the way back to my flat. And after struggling to put the key in the door, I managed to get inside. As soon as I shut the door, I collapsed down onto the ground out of exhaustion and started to cry. My roommates all rushed down the stairs to see if I was okay. After walking me to a couch, I explained what happened. They were all shocked, whilst at the same time happy to see that I escaped from the man. I rang up the restaurant and quit the next day. It was a shame, really. The owners were so kind, and I really didn't mind the place, but I was too terrified to return knowing that that man could be waiting for me. I've started back at college now, and I'm slowly recovering from that incident. Sometimes I do get nightmares just thinking about what may have happened if I hadn't attacked that man like I did. My first day as a plumber started like any other. A call came in from an older woman in a creaky old house on the edge of town, reporting severe leaks in her kitchen. I was eager to make a good impression and maybe score a repeat customer. I had no idea what I was in for. When I arrived, the house was shrouded in an unsettling stillness. The lady, Mrs. Beatrix, was a frail, wary woman with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. She led me into the kitchen where water was steadily pooling under the sink, spreading out across the faded linoleum. "Thank you for coming so quickly," she said in a voice that quivered like dry leaves. "It's been like this for days. I've had trouble getting someone out here." I nodded and got to work, sliding under the sink with my flashlight in hand. The smell hit me first, something foul and putrid, far worse than just mold or mildew. The pipes were ancient, corroded, and clearly the source of the leak. As I began to dismantle them, a thick, dark sludge oozed out, filling the air with a nauseating stench. "Looks like you've got some serious blockage here, Mrs. Beatrix," I called out, trying to keep the disgust out of my voice. She didn't respond. When I glanced over my shoulder, she was standing in the doorway, watching me with those unnervingly sharp eyes. I turned back to the pipes, focusing on clearing the obstruction. As I pulled out handfuls of the thick muck, I noticed something odd. Among the sludge were small bones, animal bones, I thought at first, but then I saw what looked like tiny, human-like fingers, complete with nails. A chill ran down my spine, but I kept working, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe a rat had gotten stuck in the pipes and decomposed, but the fingers, they were too perfect, too intact. As I probed deeper, my flashlight flickered and then went out, plunging me into darkness. The silence was oppressive, and the smell seemed to grow stronger, almost as if it were pressing down on me. "Mrs. Beatrix," I said, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the confined space. "Do you have another flashlight?" No response. I scrambled out from under the sink, my hands covered in the vile sludge, and found the kitchen empty. Mrs. Beatrix was gone. I fumbled for my phone, using its weak light to navigate the dim room. That's when I saw it, a small wooden door in the corner of the kitchen, slightly ajar, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into the basement. Curiosity and dread battled within me, but the plumber in me needed to know where the pipes led. I pushed open the door and descended the stairs, each creak of the wood echoing ominously. The basement was cold, damp, and filled with the same overpowering stench. My phone's light swept across the room, revealing a scene that made my blood run cold. There were jars, dozens of them, lined up on shelves, filled with murky liquid and what looked like more of those tiny bones. In the center of the room was an old, rusted tub connected to the pipes that ran up into the kitchen. Inside the tub was the source of the blockage, a grotesque, half-decomposed figure, its limbs twisted unnaturally and its face frozen in a grimace of pain. The fingers, they matched the ones I'd found in the pipes. Panic gripped me, and I stumbled back, knocking over one of the jars. It shattered, spilling its foul contents across the floor. I turned to flee, but there, at the top of the stairs, stood Mrs. Beatrix. Her eyes glinted in the dim light, and a twisted smile played on her lips. "You weren't supposed to see this," she said softly, almost kindly. "But now that you have." I didn't wait to hear the rest. I bolted past her, adrenaline fueling my sprint through the house and out the door. I didn't stop until I was safely back in my van, my heart pounding and my mind racing. I reported what I'd seen to the authorities, but when they arrived, the house was empty. The jar, the body in the tub, everything was gone. Mrs. Beatrix had vanished without a trace. That was my first and last day as a plumber. The memory of those tiny fingers in the pipe still haunts me, and I can't shake the feeling that Mrs. Beatrix is still out there, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stumble into her web. My childhood was normal and nothing out of the ordinary. Two middle-class, hard-working parents just getting by in a nice city, and then, of course, me and my little brother. He's 6 years younger than me, and he was at my grandma's house when this happened. My mom was at work, working a double shift, and my father was also working. He was a truck driver, so oftentimes he would spend weeks away from the house. My mom also worked a lot to cope with the fact that my father was always gone. I think it made us all a little bit sad sometimes, but really, our family was very close and we always had a great time together when we were able to finally hang out. Sometime during the night, it wasn't too late yet, but definitely starting to get dark. My mom wasn't going to be home for a few more hours, and I was getting pretty bored with nothing to do. I was pacing back and forth through the house, just trying to figure out how to cure my boredom. I sat down on the couch and began looking for something to watch on TV, but nothing was catching my eye. Shortly after, I went and grabbed my PS4 from my bedroom so I could play Madden football out in the living room since the TV was twice as big as mine. As I was hooking up my PlayStation, I felt something weird inside. As soon as I looked up, there was a face smothered in the window right in front of me, staring directly at me. I froze and screamed. Then the man also started screaming. He started yelling for help and to let him inside, just over and over. I had no idea who he was or what he was doing, but he was practically begging and screaming at the top of his lungs. I couldn't move a muscle because I was just so scared. Sounds weird, but I almost let him in despite me being that scared. I was just unsure of what to do. He was a big, scary man, but he appeared to be in danger. Thankfully, my mom pulled into the driveway as this was happening. I was so relieved to see her, but also terrified that the man might try to hurt her. He stopped like a deer in headlights, and my mom yelled at him to leave, and he did. Thankfully, my mom called the cops when she got inside. When they showed up, the man was sitting across the street on the curb in front of a foreclosed house. The cops found him there and asked him questions. He stuck with his story, though, and said that a group of men in ski masks tried to kidnap him and that they beat him senseless. For some reason, I just didn't believe that. The cop didn't really seem to either, to be honest, but there was nothing the officer could do technically. We later found out that the man was our new neighbor, and he had just bought that house that was foreclosed right across from us. It was a good thing that my mom showed up like an hour before I expected her to that night. That guy still lives next to my parents, and I lived there for a few more years after this incident. He never necessarily bothered us again after that, but man, he was a creeper. We had to live by his word and take what he said as the truth. Even though it seemed unlikely, we had no choice but to accept it. Nothing outlandish happened with him after this, but there were times I was very uncomfortable by his presence. He used to smile and wave at me whenever I walked past his house, and he always seemed to be outside watching when I got off the school bus. There were also times I heard him having full-on conversations with himself, and I swear I even saw him hitting himself in the head while doing so a few times. He liked to randomly scream in the middle of the night like bloody murder. There was definitely something wrong with him, so we always did our best to keep our distance. My dad really disliked him, probably even more than my mother and I. Violence really was not a thing in our neighborhood, and I mean that literally. So his story was just weird. The last thing I want to mention is when I saw his face the first time, he wasn't cut up or bleeding like he was when the police found him. I genuinely believe he did that to himself to make himself look like a victim. It sounds crazy, but I know there are people out there crazy enough to do that. I'm an 18-year-old girl living in Baltimore, Maryland. For those who don't know, Baltimore hasn't always been the nicest of places to live, though I've mostly gotten along just fine. And luckily, I no longer live in the city, just right outside of it. You can still expect, though, that I was raised to be hyper-aware of my surroundings and very wary of strangers. At this time, my school would just let me out for spring break and we got the announcement for an extended break. At that time, I didn't drive, and neither my sister nor my parents could pick me up. With all my friends now living near me, I really had no choice but to Uber home. I wasn't new to Ubering to and from school. I've actually always had pretty good experiences with Uber up until this point. Either I get the usual quiet, relaxing kind, or I get some really friendly people with interesting conversations. On the day when my driver picked me up, at first it was perfectly fine. We made some polite conversation and we actually were getting along just fine. Now keep in mind there were only 2 more common routes to take me back to my home. Both routes only took about 15 minutes and all included very few main roads and mostly back roads. I also have a habit of looking at my Uber driver's phone whenever it's in that little phone holder. As soon as this guy started going off the suggested route, I became immediately more alert. I continued to converse with this guy, acting like I didn't notice a thing, still glancing at the GPS on his phone the entire time he was off route. Then he pulled onto the highway. Then I got quiet. It wasn't like the conversation just died down naturally. He just stopped answering me. I immediately became nervous. The guy wasn't taking me anywhere near my home. He was actually going down freeways that would have taken me into a whole different state. I immediately texted my friend group chat with what was happening, showing them the guy's profile and everything, texting them that if I don't respond within an hour to any of them to call the police. I was way too scared to press the safety button on my phone because I knew it wasn't uncommon for Uber drivers to purposely take super long routes to get more money. Still, I gathered up all my courage and I spoke up to him, letting him know that I was suspicious of him. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but is this the right way? All the times I've Ubered, I've never been taken on the highway before," I said to him. Pretty much immediately, he started to reassure me that I was safe and he was taking a quicker route. Yeah, right. As I mentioned before, a normal trip home would have only taken about 15 minutes, maybe even less. I was in the car for nearly half an hour now. Then I tried to call my dad. He didn't answer. So what I did instead was give an Oscar award-winning fake phone call. "Hey Dad, yeah, I'm on the highway right now. Yeah, my location is shared with you." "Why?" "Okay, yep, I will. I'll talk to you when I get home. Bye, love you too." My Uber driver was staring at me for the duration of that entire fake phone call. I hoped if he thought my dad knew where I was and that he was expecting me to come home, he would hopefully not have any ill intentions with me. Right then, suddenly, my driver turned into a highway exit, and within another 20 minutes, I was on my main road home that I don't think I've ever gotten out of any car so fast in my life. Still, though, my dumbass still gave him a decent rating and a tip. I guess because at the time, I truly didn't know if he had any ill intentions with me. I mean, it's very unlikely that he could have just been another Uber driver trying to make an extra buck. And that he did. I nearly got charged $20 more for what I usually pay for my ride I usually had to pay on that trip. I still wish that I'd emailed some kind of Uber customer service or something and explained the situation. Needless to say, please stay safe out there when Ubering, guys. If your driver ever goes off route for an extended period of time for no apparent reason, make it known that you're aware of it and that you're onto them. It could just very much possibly save your life. This took place 2 years ago and I can still recall every moment in almost perfect detail. It was nearing the end of school, everyone was on their way to their last period, which for me was history, a class that I not only wasn't good at but I also disliked the teacher, and at that point, I honestly had no motivation for even showing up. So ultimately, I decided to ditch and hide out in one of the bathroom stalls located near the very back of the school. Almost no one went back there, so I figured no one would find out anyway. I was in the furthest back stall playing some game on my phone when the ear-deafening sound of the principal coming over the intercom made me jump. Lockdown, lockdown, this is an emergency alert. Please follow lockdown procedures. Go into the nearest room or building, lock the door, and turn off all light. It was a lockdown announcement, though I honestly didn't pay any attention considering they were all practice, and so I just continued to sit there in the stall and wait. But just then, all the lights to the building seemingly shut off all at once. The hum of the light faded along with the buzzing of the AC unit, which meant all the power to the school had been cut off. The bathroom had gone pitch black, and that's when I was actually starting to get worried. Power was never cut off during practice lockdown drills. I texted my friend asking him what was going on, and literally right away he answered back with the text saying, "Dude, where are you? It's a real lockdown, everyone's asking where you are." I told him I was in the bathroom and he responds saying I should hide, but where else could I go? I wasn't just going to run out into the hallway to find a better spot, so ultimately, I decided to stay and hide in the stall I was in. I turned my phone's brightness down and texted my friend again. I asked him what the reason was for the lockdown, and after 5 long minutes of waiting, he replied saying that apparently there was a kid armed with a knife banging on classroom doors and asking to be let in. Both my classroom and the bathroom I was in were on the same floor, so I turned off my phone and tried my best to see if I could hear anything. There were running footsteps, and that was shortly followed by the sound of the bathroom door opening. I was absolutely horrified at what I was hearing. Whoever entered walked towards the stall next to me, went inside, and shut the door. I held my breath for what seemed like forever, then to break the silence in a shaky voice, I said, "Who's in here?" It was silent for a second, and then I heard a voice reply with, "I'm just looking for a place to hide." I heard there was a lockdown over the speakers. That didn't really answer my question, but the guy sounded around my age, and so I decided I'd just let it go. We sat in silence for what seemed like forever when finally we got another announcement telling all students to exit the school in an orderly fashion through the front doors where cops would be waiting outside. I exited the stall but was surprised to see the guy next to me didn't. I asked him if he was coming and he replied saying, yeah man, just give me a couple minutes." I thought that was weird, but regardless, I left the bathroom and started heading towards the front exit of the school. As I was walking, my phone went off. My friend had texted me. He said that apparently a kid who was maybe a couple years older than us tried to rob a nearby gas station at knife point. The guy actually stabbed a couple people, and when he was unsuccessful in getting any money, he ran to hide in our school to blend in as one of the students. But what horrified me the most was the last sentence. My friend said that the cops outside were saying that the kid was still inside and that he was hiding somewhere in the back of the school. Reading this changed my walk to the front doors into a full-on sprint. Right as I got outside, I would frantically inform one of the police officers of what I had experienced, and after they searched the bathroom, they found it was empty but that the window inside was broken. The kid had broken and escaped through the window. Needless to say, for the next few school days, I'd gotten a lot of unwanted attention because of what I had experienced. As far as I know, the kid still hasn't been caught, and it's still just difficult for me to come to terms with the fact that I was unknowingly hiding in a stall right next to the guy I was trying to hide from. I never shared this story with anyone. I was always too afraid to be judged for it, so it's something I buried deep down until my friend brought it up the other day. We both have daughters now, and we were talking about how we could educate them on being safe when they're teenagers and start experimenting with partying. When my best friend and I were 17 years old, we went to the beach for spring break with a couple of our guy friends. My friend was talking to this guy that she had met through mutual friends, and he wanted us to meet up with him at a house that he and his friends had rented together. Our guy friends had ditched us to meet girls, so we decided to go ahead and go to her friend's house to hang out with them. When we got there, it was still the middle of the day, and we were taken inside and introduced to everyone. It turns out that almost all the guys were on a basketball team at the same university. We all hung out, and they were all drinking, but my friend and I were not. One guy came out with 2 glasses of what appeared to be whiskey and coke. Against my better judgment, I started to sip it, as did my friend. There was one guy who appeared to be not athletic, and he was the only person at the house who was not being friendly toward us. I'll call him Vincent. Suddenly, I started to feel very buzzed. We were laughing and talking, and one guy asked me to put on his jersey. I grabbed it and put it on over my clothes. "No, take your clothes off and put it on," he said in an aggressive tone. I was feeling more tipsy at this point, and I knew something was wrong. Our parents had let us drink with them multiple times, so I knew what it was like to be drunk. I knew how much I could handle before I was drunk, and one drink never made me feel like I was getting wasted. "Hey, quit babysitting that drink. Drink up, weakling," one guy said as they all laughed. Even though I had stopped drinking, I still kept feeling more and more buzzed, especially since our drink barely tasted of any whiskey. My dad always had whiskey at home, and we would drink a couple of whiskey Pepsis on occasion. I would feel relaxed, but this was much different. "We should go. Our friends are waiting for us," I said as I headed to the door, and a couple of guys stood in front of us. No, not so fast. You can't leave. Come sit down over here for a little bit," they said as they ushered us back to the couch. This sinking feeling hit my gut, and I just knew that we were on borrowed time. Trying to stay calm, I laughed and said, "I need to pee. Come with me," as I grabbed my friend's hand and we went into the restroom together. We both stood there, and we had already read each other's minds. I put my hands on her head and looked her in the eyes so we could both focus. "We need to leave right now," I said. Our phones both had spotty service, and I'm guessing because there were so many people packed on it. "Take my keys. Tell them you are going to get your purse, and I'll stay here. You go get the guys and come back for me." I knew this plan probably wouldn't work. But my mind was going crazy, and we had to try something. As I opened the bathroom door, Vincent was standing there, and my heart sank. He was rude to us earlier, and he probably heard us talking. "Hey, follow me and be quiet." Something inside me trusted him with everything I had in that moment. We followed him down the hallway to a garage and out to the front driveway. "Hurry up, get out of here now," he said. We ran to the car, and I drove off to our hotel. I remember driving, but I don't remember getting to our condo. The rest of the story is from our guy friends telling us what happened. Apparently, we walked into them, and the guys asked us where we had been because it was already nighttime, and we were supposed to meet up to barbecue some hot dogs. They said we didn't say a word and that we just walked to our room, closed the door, and passed out. We didn't come until the next day, and both of us had excruciating headaches as if we had drunk a whole bottle of cheap vodka by ourselves. Thank you, Vincent. I wish I could thank you. I hope you're out there hearing this, and you remember the brunette and blonde little girls that you saved that day on the island. I'm currently 17 years old and I live with my parents. Next door, there is an abandoned house that has been vacant since we moved into this neighborhood. We have lived here for just under 2 years now, We live in a kind of rough part of town, and abandoned homes are very common around here. I didn't really like the idea of living next to an abandoned home because it was sort of creepy, but really, I didn't care that much and I would hardly ever think about it. However, there were a few times that I can think of specifically where I could have sworn I heard something coming from that house. I thought maybe they were squatters, so I decided to mind my own business. Have you ever heard of that saying, curiosity killed the cat? Well, I figured as long as they weren't bothering anybody, it was probably best to stay away from the situation altogether. One hot summer night, I couldn't sleep, so I lay awake all night tossing and turning, trying my best to get some shut-eye when all of a sudden, I heard screaming that sounded like it came from the abandoned house. It only lasted a few seconds, but I panicked. Thinking back, I can't believe that I did this, and I truly have no idea what the hell I was thinking, and I don't blame you if you think I'm stupid. But I grabbed my switchblade that my father gave me as a birthday present one year, and I quietly snuck out of my window and made my way over to the house. I had to jump a fence and get through some bushes, and I did so as quietly as possible so I wouldn't be heard or spotted by anyone. I crept my way up the back porch, and to my surprise, the sliding glass door was actually unlocked. My heart was pretty much beating out of my chest by this point, and I even almost turned around and went home. But I didn't. I should have, though, and I wish I would have just called the police instead and let them figure it out. I made my way inside, and right off the bat, I could see just how dark it was. I pulled my iPhone out and turned the flashlight on so that way I could see at least what was in front of me. That was a bad move on my part because almost as soon as I turned my flashlight on, it startled someone, and he made his way over to me. I was standing in the living room with my back up against the wall, waiting for whoever it was to walk past me, and I turned my flashlight off. I'm almost 100% sure that whoever it was noticed I was there because of my light. The person turned the corner, and I was met with a much larger man than myself. Immediately, he punched me in my face, then grabbed me by my arm and my shirt and began dragging me. My survival instinct kicked in, and I did everything I could to break free of him. He then opened a door, and I realized right away he was trying to put me down in the basement. I managed to kick him in the balls, so I pushed him down the stairs and ran like hell out of the house and all the way home. I snuck back into my window and shut it and locked it as fast as I could, but I didn't think anyone else saw me, so that helped me feel a little better. I rushed to make sure that both the front and back doors were locked as well. I then called my mom, and she told me to get the police over there as soon as possible. I hung up the phone call with my mom and dialed 911. I told them what was going on and that they needed to send an officer over pronto. They told me to keep an eye on the home while I waited for the police to get there, so I did. I looked out of our living room window, and that's when I saw the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my whole 17 years of living. There was a man staring out of the window, looking directly at me in that abandoned house. I could barely see what he looked like, but I assumed that it was probably the man I had just pushed down the stairs. He made eye contact for probably 10 seconds before he shut the blinds and disappeared from the window. By now, I was even more terrified that he was going to come for me. I hid in my room and waited for the police. I was really hoping that he would still be there when the police arrived, but with my luck, he was already long gone by the time the cops showed up. I wasn't surprised by that at all, only I was freaked out that he was going to come back for revenge. The police didn't find anyone or anything suspicious in the house either, which makes this whole thing even creepier. What the hell was going on in there that night and all the other nights I heard noises coming from that house? I have not a single clue, and I probably won't ever know. I can't imagine it's anything good. This was the year 2017. When I was rushing a frat in college, towards the end of our pledge process, our entire pledge class took a trip to an abandoned hospital a few towns over. It was a sort of tradition that each pledge class would do. I carpooled with a few of my pledge brothers. There are honestly just too many names to list, so I'll just name my pledge brother that I spent most of the night with, Silas. Silas and I and a couple others carpooled to the hospital, which sat next to a big park, so all of us parked in one of the parking lots in the park. We waited till everyone was there, then started walking down a pathway in the direction of the hospital. Until the pathway cut right, and at this point, we had to walk through the small patch of wood separating the park from the hospital. I honestly wore the wrong shoes for this. I was complaining about wearing my white Air Force Ones. After making our way through the woods, we got to the property of the hospital, surrounded by trees and a parking lot on all sides. Seeing such a tall building, once full of people and lights, standing completely dark in the night was really creepy. It was my first time ever exploring this building. A couple of the guys in the group knew the secret ways in, one of which being simply climbing through one of the lower windows that was smashed through. I followed close to the back of the group. One by one, we stepped down through this window, leading to a level beneath the ground. The floor on this level was wet, making me really regret my shoe choice now. Silas and I stayed in the back, following behind the rest. There were like 10 of us, so being in such a large group took away most of the scariness of being in a place like this. We went up the stairs, everyone's steps echoed through the building. We traversed the creepy hallways that had been abandoned for decades, the walls surprisingly not littered with graffiti. James, one of the guys who was very experienced with this place, said not a lot of people break in because no one thinks to cut through the park to avoid the security in front of the parking lot. Eventually, the group started to split up a little bit. A small group of guys went this way, a small group of guys went that way. We were on, I think, the second floor when Silas and I decided to go down a separate hallway/corridor. Some of the rooms in this place seemed like they hadn't even been gone through since the place closed down. Others looked like they had been rummaged through and had small amounts of graffiti in them. Silas and I were in a hospital room with the bed and medical equipment still in there when we heard someone walk past the doorway to the room. We both turned and caught just a glimpse of a black shadow walking past the door, out of view. We both looked at each other, then said, "Yo, who is that?" I walked into the hall, and at the end of it, I saw someone standing there. I couldn't tell if they were facing me or facing the wall. All I saw was their body. I said, "Who is that?" Then, whoever it was walked into the room next to them. Silas came into the corridor now and was confused at what I saw. I told him someone was here. We should just go back to the group. We left down the opposite direction, back towards our group. We eventually started to hear the echoing voices of our pledge brothers as we were getting closer. All of a sudden, there was an almost deafening, loud, blood-curdling scream of a woman coming from the direction we just came from. If I had to describe the scream, it sounded like a woman being brutally stabbed to death. I noticed the sounds of our pledge brothers went silent now, or maybe the scream just overpowered the sounds of their voices. We ran back towards our friends and screamed, "Go!" All of us ran back downstairs to the lower level where we entered from. Somehow, I found myself in the back of the group again. One by one, we all crawled out from that window. The screaming stopped, but now we heard footsteps stomping down the stairs. They weren't the footsteps of anyone in our group. Screaming, "Go, hurry up." Finally, after Silas crawled out, I crawled out, the whole time fearing someone would grab my feet. We booked it back towards the cars through the woods. After we got to the cars and caught our breath, I told everyone I saw a person in the corridor where Silas and I were. That's where the screams were coming from. We all left shortly after that, definitely freaked out. I'm not really interested in urban exploration anymore. There's a nice quiet scenic creek not far from my house. I like to drive my kayak up to it every once in a while on the weekends in the summer. This one particular weekend was one of those weekends. The weather was perfect, sunny and 70s. I'd kayaked down this creek a bunch of times and never had I seen anyone else kayaking it. That's part of the reason I like it, because I'm a very reserved person and I like to do things myself, preferably with privacy. So, I set out on the kayak not far from where I'd parked my car, which is in a gravelly dirt parking area right off the road. There was one other car that pulled in a few minutes after I did, which was unusual. I'd never seen any other cars except my own here. 20 minutes into my kayaking, someone came out from the woods ahead of me, coming up on the left, and approached the edge of the water. He stopped and waved at me and smiled. He put his hands on his hips and greeted me. It seemed he had an expectation for me to stop and chat. I instantly knew I didn't like his smile, but my mother raised me to be polite to everybody, so I stopped paddling and smiled and greeted him back. There was an awkward pause where he was just nodding his head with his closed-lipped smile, and I had to break the silence by saying, "It's a beautiful day out." He nodded his head and said, "Yup," then asked where I'm from. I made something up and said, "From up north, just visiting." He clearly lacked the ability to hold any sort of conversation, and that's coming from me. I'm not the most social person myself. So, I wanted to just move along. I told him to have a great rest of his day and continued onward down the river. Never in a million years was I expecting what happened next to happen. I turned when I heard a snap of a stick or something from not far behind me. There, in the not-so-far distance, was the guy hiding behind a couple of trees, seemingly following me. I was disturbed and uncomfortable, like he was clearly trying to not be seen. I was scared to call him out in fear of how he might respond, so I pretended not to notice him and continued to kayak down. I would continue to side glance every so often to see if he was still following me, and he was. I had never wanted to see someone else in the water so much in my life. I took out my phone to try to call my dad or my brother for help, but of course, I had no cell reception out there. Still, instead of being followed and probably attacked, I decided to stop in my place, turn around, and threatened to call the police if he didn't stop following me. The man just stood in place behind another big tree, though he was clear as day there. I then decided to fake call the cops. I raised my phone in the air at the man and said, "I see you there, I'm calling them now." I then proceeded to fake a phone call, pretending like I'm talking to the police. The man started to walk away deeper into the woods. It seemed to have worked. I turned around immediately and started kayaking back up the way I came as fast as I possibly could. I would constantly look over my shoulders until I got back to where I launched the kayak. I made it safely. I checked my whole surroundings before stepping out of the water and carrying my kayak back to my car. The other car in the little parking area was still there, but I made a disturbing discovery that may have saved my life. Up until this point, everything that happened could have maybe been explained away. However, I noticed broken glass near the back of my car, and the back passenger's side window wasn't there anymore. It had been shattered. I didn't step 1 foot closer to my car. I stayed hidden in the woods and checked if I had bars now that I was closer to the road. I did, and I called 911 successfully. I reported the whole incident and the broken window, and I stated I was scared I was still being followed. Waiting for the police to arrive felt like the longest, most tense moment of my life. It dragged on far too long, but when they pulled into the dirt area, I finally came out from the woods and waved at them. I pointed to the car, and two police officers came out and approached the car, where they found him, the man from the woods, waiting in the back seat of my car, hiding and waiting for me to enter my car to grab me. It was beyond satisfying to see him arrested. He definitely wasn't smiling anymore. I looked at him as it almost seemed like he was avoiding looking at me as he was taken to the police car. I'm happy the man was so stupid that he thought I wouldn't notice shattered glass all over the side of my car. My name is John. I don't have much time left, but I want to get this story out there so anyone can read it online. Just don't ignore the rotting smell. I'm not sure how many of them are out there. It was only yesterday that I was preparing for prom, my date soon to be by my side. I drove along the empty road, excitement filling my veins until I pulled up in front of Laura's house. She was the girl I had been crushing on since freshman year, and I was eager to take her to the prom. "Laura, you look amazing." "Thanks, John." We hugged and chatted as we drove off towards the prom venue, but there was something that I couldn't shake, a foul odor lingering in the air. "What's that strange smell?" "I don't know. Let's just roll the windows down." And so, as we arrived at the prom, I led her to the dance floor where we proceeded to enjoy our night. Everything seemed perfect until the lights suddenly went out. "Laura? Laura, where are you?" I couldn't seem to find her anywhere. I was reaching out in front of myself, groping along the floor till I felt someone lying there. "Hey, who's there? Are you okay?" And with a click, the lights came back on. I recoiled, my face wrinkled in disgust and horror. Two dead bodies were lying on the floor in front of me, and chaos broke out. Kids were screaming and yelling, but my mind instantly went to Laura. Where was she? I had to find her, so I ran out the doors and toward the forest behind the prom venue. As I ran, I heard a faint voice calling out my name. "John, John, come help me." It was Laura, so I ran faster. When I reached her, I saw that she was standing in the middle of a large circle of candles. "Laura, what are you doing here? What are these candles for?" "We have to get back. There are dead bodies." "Stephen, come closer." "Closer? What do you mean?" "We need to get out of here." As I stepped forward, however, she grabbed her face and pulled. It was then I saw the disgusting sight underneath, rotting in death. The skin which had covered her rotting flesh easily slid off, and I was faced with her rotting and mangled corpse. The worst part, however, was she was still moving. What the heck? "What are you?" "I'm dead. I'm dead, John. I died, and now I need a sacrifice to come back to life, but I only have until the moon rises. I'm sorry, John. I wanted it to be someone else." She then lunged toward me, trying to take my life as her own. I tried to run away, but the candles seemed to have formed some type of barrier, keeping me from exiting the circle. Turning back toward her, I barely had time to react before she was at my throat. She leapt across the circle at superhuman speeds and grabbed my throat with both hands, throwing me to the ground. "Laura, don't do this." "I'm sorry, John. I can't die. You understand, don't you?" She began to chant, her voice echoing through the clearing. As she finished, however, she looked confused. What? Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working?" Just then, the moon rose above the horizon. As its light shone down on us, Laura's body seemed to collapse and fall apart. I walked away from that dark place, my mind in a fog. I got into my car and drove home. I didn't even bother to head back to the school, back to where I could see the police lights shining. As I drove, however, I could smell something, a strange rotting smell that seemed to grow stronger as I got closer and closer to my parents' house. I pulled into the driveway and stumbled out of the car, heading towards the bathroom. What I saw in the mirror, however, scared me. My body was rotting away, my skin turning a sickly gray, and my veins growing dark. I was dead yet still alive. That's why the ritual didn't work. It wanted a living sacrifice, not a dead one. And even as I write this, my body is rotting away. I have to find a way out of this. If I don't, you can be sure that there are more of us out there. Please, if you find yourself in a similar situation, don't ignore the rotting. Oh, goodbye. I signed up for Uber Eats back when it was really gaining traction in 2021. I'd just gotten laid off from my previous job, and it seemed nearly impossible to find any other job quickly, so this was a bit of a risk that I hoped would work out. A couple of months in, I was enjoying it enough, and it was paying me enough for me to keep with it. This happened just around a year after I started. I'd fallen into the habit of waking up late and staying up late, so I hadn't started working until around dinner time. By 11 p.m., I still hadn't made enough to be good for the night, so I continued on, taking pretty much any order that popped up. It was at 1 a.m. when an order came through that was interesting. It was a grocery order from a 24-hour 7-Eleven gas station. I still accepted it, but it was just odd to me that someone would need groceries from a gas station in the middle of the night. I drove up and parked at the mostly empty gas station and went into the convenience store. The only person inside was a kind old man working at the register. I picked up the bag from him and also got myself a cup of coffee for the road, then headed back to my car. I got in and situated myself before backing out and getting on the road for the final stretch of the drive. Only a moment after getting onto the main street, though, I noticed a car's headlights right behind me. Mind you, this was very late, and almost no cars were out, so I was sure I would have seen them before they were so close. After some thinking, I thought they must have been at the gas station, maybe parked on the side of the building and pulled out as soon as I did. I drove along this same road for a while, reaching the edge of town, when I suddenly felt something wrong with my car. It was way bumpier than usual, and a loud kind of scraping sound was coming from the right side. After a minute from noticing this, it became a lot worse, so bad that I had to pull off to the side before the car would break down in the road. I parked on the shoulder with woods on either side of me, but in the mirror, I saw the headlights of that same car slowing down and pulling in right behind me. Unsure what was going on, I decided to get out quickly and see what the problem was. I didn't know if the car behind me was going to try and help me out or if they had something else in mind, but I knew I couldn't go anywhere until I figured this out. I ran around to the other side of my car and quickly noticed the problem. My right tire was completely flattened, which was crazy. I hadn't run over anything, and usually, flat tires happen gradually, not so suddenly like this. I took a closer look, seeing a gash right on the side of the tire that didn't look natural at all. Then I heard a door open from the car behind me. A man stepped out and waved at me. "I'm okay, thank you," I called out, trying to get them to leave before even approaching, especially after realizing this was all really sketchy. But the man kept walking toward me. Once he got maybe 10 feet away, I could see him more clearly. He was older, with long gray and black hair and a bushy, untamed beard. He wore basic clothes, jeans and a hoodie, but they were covered in stains and grime. He came up next to my car and asked if he could help me out, showing the large smile. I said again that I was okay, but he only laughed, looking at my tire and back at me. A few seconds of awkward silence passed as the man held his smile before I lied and said I had a friend on his way to pick me up. Now, having rejected his help 3 times, the man's smile gradually fell into a straight face. He turned his body toward the car and very unnaturally looked around. This is when I got the immediate rush through my body to get away from this man, and I only had one option to do so. I bolted off the road into the tree line, hearing the man follow me into the pitch-black woods. It only lasted for a few seconds before I lost him. After that, I didn't go very far at all, still able to see the headlights on the road, and I could make out the man's figure moving around by the cars. A few minutes later, he got in his car and left. By now, I'd had enough time to pretty much figure out that this was all a setup from the Uber Eats order, having been followed from the gas station where he likely slashed my tire. However, I didn't think it would be so easy to catch him. His full name and everything on the app turned out to be real. I guess he didn't think that we would tie it all back to the Uber Eats order. That being said, the punishment wasn't very harsh because he didn't harm me. He only stole some things from my car, though I'm sure that if I had stayed there on the road, I might not even be here to share this story. The Irene's residence loomed large and old at the end of a gravel driveway, the late summer sun casting long, eerie shadows over its peeling white paint. I'd been babysitting for a few years now, but this was my first time with the Irene kids, Galvin, 9-year-old, and Vivian, 5-year-old. Mrs. Irene had left in a hurry, promising she'd be back by midnight. I waved her off and turned to face the 2 children, their faces blank with curiosity. The evening started innocently enough. I fixed the kids some macaroni and cheese, and we watched cartoons together. Galvin seemed shy but well-mannered, and Vivian, though quiet, had a sweet smile that made me feel at ease. It was around 9 p.m. when I tucked them into bed, reading them a story until they drifted off. As I descended the creaky stairs, I settled on the couch, scrolling mindlessly through my phone. The house was old and creaky, every sound amplified in the silence. I shrugged off the eerie feeling that seemed to settle over the room. That's when my phone rang. I frowned, it was an unknown number. Hesitantly, I answered, "Hello." There was a long pause filled only with static. I was about to hang up when a voice, distorted and barely audible, whispered, "Have you checked on the children?" A chill ran down my spine. I glanced at the baby monitor on the coffee table, the screen showing Galvin and Vivian sound asleep. My logical mind told me it was just a prank call, but something in the voice felt wrong. I hung up and tried to shake off the unease. Minutes later, the phone rang again. This time, the caller ID was blank. I picked it up with trembling hands. "Who is this?" I asked. The same static-filled silence, followed by the same whisper, more insistent now, "Check on the children." My heart pounded as I crept upstairs, peeking into the children's room. They were still asleep, undisturbed. I exhaled, feeling relieved, and returned to the living room, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. The third call came almost immediately after I sat down. The voice was different now, more menacing. "If you don't check on the children, something bad will happen." Fear surged through me, and I bolted upstairs, flinging the door open. The room was as I had left it, but Galvin's bed was empty. Panic welled up as I scanned the room, finding him standing in the corner, his back to me. "Galvin," I whispered, my voice shaking. He didn't respond. I stepped closer, my heart racing. Just as I reached out to touch him, his head snapped around, eyes wide and unblinking. His mouth moved without making a sound. The baby monitor crackled to life, and I could hear a low, guttural whisper repeating, "Check on the children." I grabbed Galvin, pulling him back to bed and tucking him in tightly, my hands shaking as I did. I heard soft, creaky footsteps behind me. I turned sharply, but the room was empty. Desperate to break the tension, I picked up the baby monitor, thinking it might be malfunctioning. The screen flickered, showing static before focusing back on the children. This time, there was a shadowy figure standing at the foot of Vivian's bed, its form indistinct but looming. I blinked, and it was gone. I couldn't take it anymore. I called Mrs. Irene, hoping for some reassurance. The phone rang and rang, but there was no answer. I was about to hang up when a voice came through. But it wasn't Mrs. Irene. It was the same distorted whisper from the calls, "They're not your children." Terrified, I ran back to the children's room, nearly tripping on the stairs in my haste. I found them both awake, sitting up in bed, staring at me with wide, frightened eyes. "What's wrong?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "The man," Vivian whispered, "the man with no face. He's watching us." A shiver ran down my spine. I looked around the room, but it was just us. "There's no one here, sweetie. You're safe." But as I turned off the light, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadows, something tall and dark standing in the doorway. I slammed the door shut, my mind racing. What was happening? Who was this faceless man? The phone rang again, and I knew I couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands, I answered. "Leave the house," the voice hissed. "Leave now, or you will never leave at all." I grabbed the children, my heart pounding in my chest. We ran downstairs, my eyes darting around for any sign of movement. Just as we reached the front door, it swung open, revealing Mrs. Irene standing there, her eyes wide with shock. "What's going on?" she demanded. I don't know," I stammered. There were calls and a man. "The children," she looked past me, her face paling. "The children." I turned, blood running cold. Galvin and Vivian were gone. In the year 2015, I frequently used the app Uber because I wasn't able to drive for 12 months due to some DUI charges. Just a stupid mistake overall. There's this nightclub bar in my town that I would sometimes go to on the weekends with my friends. Sometimes I would get a ride home with a designated driver if we had one, and sometimes we would catch an Uber. This night, I wasn't feeling too great, so I left a little early. It was somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. It was way too cold to walk home, so I called for an Uber. A guy nearby named Jack popped up. I got to be honest, he was a little creepy looking. He was older, didn't really smile in his picture, and he had a grayish goatee with a black beanie cap on. He was only 2 miles away, so I didn't really care. It said he had a Chevy Malibu, which sounded nice, so I requested he come pick me up. I waited on the bench outside the club next to the bouncer, who stood still like a statue, hands folded together. About 5 minutes later, a silver 2003 or something Chevy Malibu pulled up in front of the club. I stood up, a bit disappointed it was such an old, ratty-looking car. The guy didn't call me over or honk or anything, he just waited by the curb. So I got up and entered the back seat of the car. Right away, things got uncomfortable. He didn't say hello, he didn't shake my hand, he didn't even turn his head to look at me. All he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are you headed?" To which I replied with my address. We began moving down Main Street, but in the wrong direction of my house. I told him this, and he turned left at the next intersection. Now we were moving away from the main roads and down the quieter residential areas. He didn't put my address into his phone, so I felt really strange. I didn't know if he was expecting me to direct him or not. I ended up putting my address into my own phone so he could listen. When the GPS said, "Turn left down the next street," he completely missed it. I made a confused hand gesture. He noticed it and said, I just got to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount. Even though I was drunk, I still knew something bad was going on. That's when I noticed the handgun sticking out from his middle glove box next to him. By now, I was trying to figure out how to get out of this car. At the next red light, I tried the door handle very quietly, but it wouldn't open. I saw that the child lock was on, and from this point forward, my heart was racing. The man was driving farther out of the direction of my house. We must have been 2 towns over by now. I was getting desperate. I couldn't call the cops because I didn't know what this guy might do. I figured my best option would be attempting to flick the child lock switch next to him by the front seats. I had to somehow slide over to the opposite side of the back seat behind him without him noticing. This was one of the most tense moments of my life. I lost my sight on his head through the rearview mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. I very casually slid behind him. Thankfully, he didn't notice. Now came the scariest part. I had to reach for the button up front at the next red light before he could do anything. Each light we passed, I felt more and more tension build up as I was waiting for one of them to turn yellow. Eventually, one finally did. He slowed the car at an intersection that would usually be busy during daylight hours. It was a perfect escape point. The car came to a stop. I knew this light wasn't very long, so I had to be quick. A car was stopped at the opposite side of the intersection, which made me feel a little better. With all my courage, I reached my hand up to the lit-up child lock button. I must have startled him because he jumped 2 inches out from the seat. He screamed at me, and as I feared he would, he went for the gun right next to him. I was able to open the door and flee to the nearby Cadillac Escalade, where I banged on their windows asking for help. They drove off completely avoiding me, but it didn't matter because the man in his Chevy Malibu was already gone down the block. I ran into a nearby grocery store that was open 24 hours, where I called a taxi this time. This was a very sobering experience because I don't remember being drunk at all in that store or during the taxi ride home. I reported the driver to Uber, who said they would escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a whole week later that an officer finally showed up at my front door for some questioning. That was the end of that. I have no idea what became of that guy, but I've never used an Uber since. This is something that happened back in the year 2004. I'm a female and was 24 years old at the time. I had just recently joined a bowling league because I have always enjoyed bowling. I was okay, but after the first time bowling with the team, I realized that I needed more practice. So, there was this kind of small bowling alley pretty close to where I lived. I remember that one night I asked a few friends if they wanted to go with me, but they were not able to. Instead of not going, I decided to bowl by myself to get the practice. That night, I went to the alley. It was not that busy, and like I said, the place was kind of small and also old. I got the lane on the very far right end of the alley, which was nice because it felt more private. I set my stuff on one of the several chairs they had right in front of the lanes. Nobody was bowling at any of probably the next 5 lanes to my left. So, I bowled a few games and was getting some good practice in. I'd been there for almost an hour when I turned around after bowling one time and suddenly realized that there was a man sitting at my lane. He was in one of the seats, not far away from my stuff at all. The man was sort of large, bald, and had a goatee, and from just his chin, the hair was really long. He also had several tattoos. I did not know where he had come from. He appeared to just be watching me bowl. I thought that maybe he would say something to me, but he did not. He just kept sitting there. So, I just kept bowling. It was awkward, to say the least, but I only had several more frames before I was done, and then I would be leaving. The man just kept sitting there the entire time. I thought about saying something to him, like asking him what he was doing, but I didn't. So, before long, I was done bowling. I went and sat in a seat just 2 away from him and changed out of my bowling shoes. Then I got my stuff. In that entire time, the man still did not say anything. After that, I went up to return the bowling shoes. The man did not get up when I did. After I had returned the shoes, I looked back to the lane that I bowled at, and the man was now gone. I figured that he left, and then I headed for the exit. There was a parking lot on the side of the building, which is where I had parked. I walked over to the side door, and there were 2 sets of doors. When I went through the first one, I noticed the man was standing in the small area between the next set of doors. I got a bad feeling when I saw him. I walked past and then out the doors and into the parking lot. Moments later, I heard the door open again. I knew that the man was now leaving, and I wondered if he was following me. There were several cars scattered around the parking lot. It was not well lit and pretty dark outside. The town was pretty quiet as well, but there were some other places nearby. So, as I was walking to my car, I heard footsteps behind me, and they sounded somewhat fast. I was going to my vehicle, but I just had a bad feeling about it. Just going with my instincts, I changed directions and did not go to my car anymore. I walked more towards the front of the parking lot where there was a sidewalk. When I turned, I heard the guy turning behind me. I walked to the sidewalk and then started going down it. I didn't know where I was going at first, but I saw that this bar was open just down the street. So, I started heading in that direction. The man behind me followed the entire way. However, luckily, he did not catch up to me but maintained a distance. It was very obvious that he was following me, though. So, I kept going down the sidewalk and was able to make it to the bar. I had only been there once before, so I didn't know it that well, and I didn't know anybody inside. But I went inside, and there were a good number of other people around, so I felt safer. The man went inside as well, though. I stood around near the bar, and the man stood at the other end of it. I then walked towards the bathrooms. I was going to go into the women's restroom and call one of my friends. Luckily, I did have my cell phone with me. However, when I reached the hallway where the restrooms were, I noticed that they had a back exit. So, I decided to just leave through there. The man would not notice because he couldn't see from where he was and probably assumed that I just went to use the restroom. I left and then literally ran all the way back to my car. Luckily, I was able to make it. I then drove home and made it back okay. I still feel to this day that I avoided possibly a terrible situation. I don't know who that guy was, but I know for a fact that he was following me. I went to that same bowling alley several more times and never saw him there again. I always considered myself an ordinary student studying at a small college in the town. I spent most of my time in the library. This place was always a quiet haven where I could escape from daily problems and immerse myself in books. But one night, everything changed. It was a Wednesday, and I was preparing for an important history exam. The library, as usual, was almost empty. Only a few students wandered between the shelves, and the librarian, Mrs. Lilly, sat at her desk absorbed in some old book. I chose a spot in the far corner of the library, where it was usually the quietest. Hours flew by, and I didn't even notice how closing time approached. Mrs. Lilly announced that the library would close in 10 minutes. I gathered my things and was ready to leave when I remembered that I had left my notes in the reading room on the second floor. In a hurry, I went up there, but when I returned, the entrance doors were already closed. Panic started to rise in me, but I decided that the best option was to find Mrs. Lily and ask her to open the door. I began searching for her throughout the library, but she had disappeared. No trace, only silence and the dim light from the old lamps. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound. It was the creak of a door in the old part of the library, which was closed to visitors. I decided to check, thinking that perhaps Mrs. Lily was there. Approaching closer, I noticed that the door was slightly open. I went inside and saw long rows of old bookshelves covered in dust. The air here was heavy and suffocating. My heart started pounding faster when I realized I heard footsteps behind me. I quickly turned around but saw no one. Maybe it was just the wind, I thought, but the feeling of unease didn't leave me. I decided to go further, hoping to find an exit. As I walked between the shelves, I heard the footsteps again. Now they were closer. I stopped and turned around, but again saw no one. This was starting to scare me. Suddenly, I heard a whisper. The words were indistinguishable, but they were clearly directed at me. I decided to find the source of the sound, no matter how scary it was. As I walked between the shelves, I saw light at the end of the corridor. Approaching closer, I saw an old storage room. The door was slightly open, and soft light poured from inside. I cautiously opened the door and peeked inside. On the floor sat a girl who looked like she had been there for many years. Her face was familiar. It was Mary, a student who disappeared last year. Her eyes were empty, and her hair was disheveled. "Mary?" I asked, not believing my eyes. She raised her head and looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. "Help me," she said quietly. I approached closer, trying to understand what had happened to her. She was holding an old book that looked very valuable. "What happened?" I asked, sitting down next to her. "I can't find the way out," she replied. "They won't let me go." "Who are they?" I asked, puzzled. She just looked at me with horror in her eyes and whispered, "The librarians." My heart started pounding faster. I didn't understand what she meant, but her fear was real. I decided we needed to act. We had to find a way out of here together. I helped Mary get up, and we started looking for an exit from this old part of the library. Several minutes passed when I realized we were constantly returning to the same place. The corridors seemed endless, and the shelves infinite. Suddenly, we heard footsteps behind us. Turning around, I saw a shadow moving between the shelves. We started running, trying to find an exit. The footsteps grew closer, and we got more and more entangled in the maze of books. Finally, we found a door leading to the first floor. Opening it, we found ourselves in a familiar part of the library, but here a new challenge awaited us. Mrs. Lily stood by the exit, looking at us with a cold gaze. "You shouldn't have gone into the old part of the library," she said. "We're just looking for an exit," I replied, trying to hide my fear. "The exit was always here," she said and opened the door. Mary and I quickly stepped outside, feeling the cold air engulf us. I turned to thank Mrs. Lily, but she was already gone. The library doors were closed, and silence reigned around us. After that night, I never returned to the library. Mary went missing again, and no one saw her anymore. I will always remember the horror I felt in the old part of the library. Sometimes at night, it seems I hear a whisper calling me back, but I know I will never cross that threshold again. A few years ago, I lived in a small town. My family decided to move us 4 hours away to get away from all the drama. While my parents were out of town picking out houses, I brought my friend over and called up my cousins to take a little road trip. The place I wanted to go was pretty much off limits, but we were daredevils and wanted to experience something scary. We picked a place that was 2 to 3 hours away called Bryce Hospital. This place was supposedly haunted due to its history. It was a psychiatric facility where they would keep mentally ill people. There were rumors about how some of the patients were mistreated and tortured. As the population declined, they eventually shut down. Over the years, the building began rotting and succumbing to nature. We decided to leave around 11 p.m. so we could make it there by 2 a.m. The car ride was pretty fun, and we were all very pumped to see what we would find. We arrived around 2:43 a.m. and stopped at the beginning of the dirt road that led to it. We sat there for a few minutes, contemplating if we should really do this or not because we already had a bad feeling. After 10 minutes of staring at the dark road, we decided to go on. As we went down the road, it felt like it would never end. The grass was fully grown, and there were branches everywhere. It was pitch black, and we could barely even see the road. We finally made it to the building, and once we did, we all just stared in amazement. It was huge. The roof was rotted off, and vines were growing all over the walls. In the middle of the parking lot, or what was once the parking lot, was a giant old water fountain that also had vines growing from the sides. It was so dark we could only see what the headlights illuminated. We turned the car off and got out. We began walking into the building, and the first thing I noticed was pentagrams sprayed all over the walls. We kept walking farther in and made our way up the stairs, which was very hard considering they were practically non-existent. We climbed a ladder and got onto what was left of the roof. We looked around and noticed a light in the front of the building. It looked like a phone light. We called out, but nobody answered, and the light vanished as quickly as it appeared. My cousin told us to follow him into another room so he could make sure we were safe, but I had a terrible feeling. I wandered off into another room that was right beside the room they were in. I looked around and saw old mattresses and more graffiti. I heard my cousins talking when all of a sudden, I heard a faint sound. It was like someone threw a rock at the window of the room I was in. I didn't think anything of it and kept looking around. I met back up with my cousins and friend. We decided to go to the basement to check it out. Once we got down there, we had to take a break because it was difficult getting to the bottom due to the stairs being smashed. We sat there catching our breath until we heard a voice from the back of the room. We all paused, looking at each other. I was too afraid to move, fearing whatever was in there would come after me. My cousin walked back there slowly and shined his light around. As the light reached the far end of the room, he saw someone squatted, looking towards the wall. My cousin began backing up slowly with the light still on the guy. Once he got back to where we were, he lifted us out and began pulling himself out. Once we were out, he yelled to the man asking if he was okay. The man turned around and stared blankly at us. There was a moment of silence before the man let out wild screams. He began running towards us. We all started screaming and running away. We had no idea where to run but ended up climbing out of the window. We ended up in the woods behind the building. I remember running and screaming because I heard the man right behind me. My cousins were far ahead of me and I saw their flashlights slowly fading. I ran into so many trees that my entire body started to ache. I finally caught up to them in a clearing. We found a trail and started trying to find our way back to the car, but we ended up going the wrong direction for an hour and decided to turn back and try the other direction. It was a grueling way back, but we finally saw the building again and sighed with relief knowing we weren't far from the car. As we approached the car, we heard rustling in one of the bushes by the building, and like before, a rock flew out and hit my friend. We saw the man emerge from the bush, and we had to make a run for the car. As we were running, the man was a decent length behind us, so we could open the doors and lock them. Once we got in, we started up the car, and when we did, the headlights turned on, only to show the man running towards us. He started banging on the windows with a glass bottle. We put it in drive and took off out of there. The whole entire time we were heading home, we sat in silence. I think we all felt the same sense of shock. My body was shaking. After that night, we never had any interest in urban exploring ever again. I was a 21-year-old male living on the outskirts of the city. I personally enjoyed living in a rural area as I found it more peaceful than living in the city where it was often congested with hordes of pedestrians roaming the streets. The area where I resided was made up of crop fields and farmland, not the commonly seen infrastructure I was used to seeing in the city. It was nothing but just farm animals and broad landscapes glistening within the horizon. I usually was in the city for the latter part of my day as I was a full-time Uber driver that worked close to 12 hours a day. I personally didn't like the job a whole lot, but unfortunately, I didn't have much of a choice as I needed to help my parents pay off their mortgage that was lingering over their shoulders for the last decade or so. I wasn't much of a people person, so I would always drive in silence or casually have the radio playing in the background just to ease the subtle awkwardness of a complete stranger sitting in the passenger seat next to me. I remember on this one particular night, I was heading home from a long shift of driving a bunch of drunk college students around the city considering it was the weekend. The time was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I was driving through the back ends of the countryside as it was usually the quickest route to get home. It was generally recommended not to take this direction during these times as there weren't many street lights around, just tall crop fields and one gloomy road ahead. What the hell was that? I remember getting out of my car and slowly approaching the front bumper just to see what the hell collided with my vehicle. I can recall seeing a deer's body laying lifelessly on the dirt road. It was almost as if the sudden impact from my car had completely obliterated the deer's physical frame into a bloody matter of guts and organs scattered all over the ground. The deer was surprisingly still alive as I could hear it wheezing in agony while its legs began twitching from the initial shock of the collision. I legitimately felt sick to my stomach and immediately went inside my car. I didn't know if calling 911 would be the wisest decision considering I was young and naive. I was honestly convinced that there was a possibility that I could go to jail. That's when I ultimately decided to take matters into my own hands. I grabbed a pair of latex gloves from the glove compartment of my car, put them on, and held the deer by its legs while manually dragging the dead carcass off to the side of the road. I began hearing police sirens coming from a distance. That's when the paranoia began settling inside my head as I thought someone from afar had called the cops on me. I then went inside my vehicle and began to drive off, not caring if my car had further trampled whatever life was remaining within that deer. It's just a deer. It's just a deer. Don't worry. It's just a deer. It's definitely not a hit and run. I just made an honest mistake. How the hell could it be my fault if there's no goddamn street lights? I eventually made it home and pulled into my driveway as I decided to clean the remaining blood residue lingering on the hood of my car. I didn't want to raise any suspicion from any onlooking neighbors. So, I decided to park my car inside my garage so I could hose my car without the feeling of being watched. After several minutes of intense cleaning, I decided to quietly approach my washroom without waking up my parents. I began to fill my bathtub up with warm water, as the idea of soaking for an hour or two wouldn't hurt my chances of calming my nerves down. The next couple of shifts, I was able to get back on the horse as I conducted business as usual. I honestly swept the entire deer occurrence under the rug, as I needed to get on with my life and not latch on to a simple mistake that inevitably would have happened. I decided to take an entirely alternate route and not the dark back roads when heading home. I couldn't run the risk of hitting another deer, as the guilt from the first deer still tears me to shreds internally. I remember this one night I worked the usual graveyard hours when I picked up this one girl near a busy location in the city. She surprisingly lived in the direction of where I resided, so I figured dropping her off was a bargain one couldn't refuse. As we made our way home, I remember looking at my rearview mirror and seeing a rotting deer's head carcass laying on the back seat of my car. That's when I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and began jetting through the freeway. The Uber customer yelled, "What the hell are you doing, sir? Can you please pull over? I want to get out." "Stop the car. Stop the car. Stop it. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Let me out of your car, you freak." That's when I abruptly swerved my car in the direction of the back roads where I had initially killed the deer. I gradually accelerated my vehicle through the field of crops and trees, while simultaneously contemplating if I was hallucinating or if my brain was playing sadistic tricks on me. I then casually drew my attention towards the passenger, and I could visibly see the woman's head turn into a deer's. "It's just a deer. It's just a deer. Don't worry. It's just a deer. It's definitely not a hit and run. I just made an honest mistake." This experience has left me very paranoid in a lot of ways. It was the late hours of the night. I could feel the thud of my heartbeat inside my chest as our armored vehicle veered off the gravel road, plowing through the dense underbrush. It had been weeks since Bravo unit had gone silent, vanishing like a wisp of smoke on a windy day. The distress call had crackled through our comms earlier, an unexpected sign of life from our long-missing comrades. But what haunted me more than their sudden re-emergence was the content of their message, a cryptic string of numbers repeating endlessly. "Sergeant Robert, are you sure this is the place?" I asked over the static hiss of the radio, cutting through the silence that had settled over our squad. "That's what command confirmed." "Get ready," Robert replied as our vehicle came to a halt. The dense fog seemed to get worse as we disembarked into the unknown, the silence of the abandoned base growing increasingly unsettling. Buildings stood like hollowed-out husks with windows shattered, doors ajar, a living town not even a few weeks ago, now just a ghost town. Robert ordered us in a whisper to stay sharp as we moved forward, our boots crunching on broken glass and debris. Signs of a struggle were everywhere. Overturned furniture, bloodied rags, and scattered ammunition littered the ground, painting a picture of the chaos that had taken place here recently. The base, once a bustling hub of military activity, was eerily silent now except for our own shallow breaths and the distant echoing cry of the numbers broadcast. As we neared the command center, the transmission grew louder, a constant chant that seemed to bore into my mind, its meaning as elusive as the shadows in the fog surrounding us. Entering the command center, we found it abandoned, the air stale, the only light coming from the blinking consoles. The radio speakers crackling with static repeated the sequence over and over in a monotone voice, 58247, 5824. "Corporal Titus, what does it mean?" I saw her eyes wide as she scanned the room. "Commander Donald might have known," Robert said. Commander Donald was the name of the unit's leader who had vanished along with his team. We continued our search through the desolate base, hoping to find a clue, a survivor, anything. But it was the laboratory that changed everything. The door was ajar, hanging off its hinges as if forced open. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay and chemicals. Shattered vials and overturned equipment were signs of activity halted abruptly. Then we saw them, bodies, members of Bravo unit, or what was left of them, sprawled across the floor, their faces contorted in expressions of terror. It was a massacre, but the cause was unclear. No bullet wounds, no signs of struggle on their remains. Then Titus gestured toward a corner of the room. There, amidst the pile of research notes and hastily abandoned experiments, lay the body of Commander Donald. Clutched in his stiff, lifeless hand was a notepad, the numbers 58247 scrawled across it in shaky handwriting, followed by a single chilling sentence: "They're coming for us." The revelation struck us like a physical blow, the implications of his words spiraling into a million questions with no answers. Who was coming for them? Was this distress call not a beacon of hope but a warning? It was then that the reality situation descended upon us, the isolation, the eerie silence broken only by that relentless strain of numbers. We were not the rescuers, we were the next victims. Panic set in as the base seemed to close in on us. The fog outside felt like it was thickening. Our only choice was to flee. We ran, stumbling through the fog, guided by the distant light of our vehicle. The numbers continued to echo in my mind, a chant that seemed to follow us, whispering through the fog. Just as the vehicle came into view, a shadow emerged from the mist. A chill colder than death itself crawled up my spine as the strange man, cloaked in shadow, moved towards us. "We need to go now," Robert's shout snapped me back to reality, the urgency in his voice mirroring a primal fear within me. Our training had prepared us for many different types of enemies, but we had no idea what we were dealing with here. We scrambled into the vehicle. Titus's hands were shaking as she manned the communications with obvious fear and shaking in her voice. "This is Stephen Unit calling command. Mayday, Mayday. We need immediate extraction from Zone Bravo. Do you copy? Over." The radio crackled, the numbers interrupting her plea for help, 58247. I couldn't shake the feeling that those numbers held some kind of meaning to what we had stumbled into. As the base faded into the distance, swallowed by the fog, so too did the person who emerged from the shadows. Yet the terror it inspired lingered. As we raced toward an uncertain future, Robert broke the silence and said, "We can't let this end here. We need to find out what those numbers mean and what happened to Bravo Unit." I wanted nothing more than to find these things out as well. I felt like we owed it to them, thinking of the twisted, lifeless bodies we'd left behind. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness, I felt a grim determination settle over me. We had survived the night, but the real battle felt like it was just beginning. Armed with nothing but a string of numbers and the haunting memories of what we had witnessed, the mystery of those numbers and the horrors of what could have happened to Bravo Unit still remain a mystery. It stays with me, haunting me. I'm sure it stays with everyone from my unit. The horrors at that base were just a chapter in a story far greater and more terrifying than any of us could have imagined. I live on a private canal in Florida with my family. I'll keep the rest of my location private. Basically, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal into the ocean. We have a couple of jet skis and a boat, a 35-footer 2007 Proline Express, my dad's baby. He's the boat guy, the jet skis are for my sister and me. So, there are 4 of us in the house, my mom, dad, sister, and I'm 23, she's 26. Nothing I say in the story will be me bragging at all. I'm just stating facts to help put the story into perspective. We have a few houses around the country, one in California, one in New York, and one in Florida, our main house. I guess you could say our Florida house is our main house because it's where my sister and I grew up and went to school. It's a gated community. Our parents are gone a lot of the time, out of state, leaving the house to my sister and me and our dog. We have a nice house, and when we're alone, We sometimes have parties and large gatherings in the backyard because our house is the last house on the canal. Next to the house is a little marsh. The canal keeps going a little bit beyond the house, then cuts off in the marsh. So, in one direction, we have complete privacy from any neighbors. One really hot day, my sister and I took our jet skis out. Like I said, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal where it opens up into a bay. Then we either ride in the bay or sometimes take it under the bridge and out into the ocean. Sometimes the ocean will be too choppy, though, so we usually ride in the bay. Depending on the tide, there's always a lot of boats hanging out in the bay area. After a while of riding around, we stopped in the middle of the bay to just chill out. Only minutes later, a medium-sized boat came over to us, and an older man driving it started making conversation with us. He had to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He was on the heavier side, had a bit of a gut, and had a beer in his hand as he's driving a boat. For the record, he basically opened up with asking about our jet skis and telling us about his jet skis and his huge house on the water. He invited us to come swim in his pool, and when we said no thanks, we have to head back soon, he asked where we're from. Like I said, I'm not bragging, but my sister and I are good looking, so we do get the occasional creepers talking to us. We were vague in answering his question and just said we were from the area. My sister did the honors of turning her jet ski on first, indicating we were leaving. We waved goodbye in as friendly a way as possible and started riding around again. We looked at each other and laughed when we got away from his boat. He was mildly creepy for inviting two girls who could be his daughters to swim in his pool, but we've seen worse. Not long after, we decided to call it a day and bring the skis in. We idled through the canal, and we were about 80% of the way there. We came to the part of the canal where it intersects with our canal, kind of like a T intersection, and we were now in our part of the canal when we noticed a boat not far behind us in the intersecting part we just passed. It looked like the boat of the man who stopped us before. He was just very slowly drifting forward, passing our canal. We didn't know if he followed us or if he lived down the intersecting canal, but we continued home and docked our jet skis. What happened next was where things got really weird. We were washing our jet skis, and we noticed the man's boat approaching our house in the canal. He stopped his boat right in front of our dock and started talking to us again, with his creepy smile, complimenting our house and backyard. My sister came out and said what was on both of our minds: "Why did you follow us here? That's really creepy." He replied that he lives in the community as well and just wanted to check our canal out. I think he got the hint that we weren't comfortable and didn't want to talk to him. He turned his boat around in the marshy area and waved goodbye to us. Neither of us waved back. There's a certain point where you cut the friendly act when people are so outwardly creepy and weird. That was one of those times. We called our dad and told him about the creep. He wasn't happy with us for not getting the registration on his boat, which neither of us thought to do. Sadly, things didn't end there. It was later that night that our dog started barking downstairs in the middle of the night. Both my sister and I woke up to it. I looked out my bedroom window to the backyard, and I swear to God, I saw a large person running across the yard towards the dock, then jumping into something in the water. I lifted the window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. My sister and I ran downstairs to look out the back door with the lights on. Whoever it was gone, but we'd be kidding ourselves if we said we didn't know who it was. It had to be that creepy man who followed us home. I think having a big dog in the house was the only reason he didn't break into the house. We asked the neighbors on our canal if any of them had cameras that could see the boat from earlier, or perhaps anyone coming down the canal in the middle of the night. Our luck, no one in this gated community really has cameras, not in their backyards at least. Anytime we go out on the boat or jet skis now, I feel like in the back of our heads, we're always looking for that man and his boat. This happened in the countryside of Georgia. I was 15 at the time, with my brother Ronnie, who was 18. Ronnie was big on exploring creepy places, and he somehow heard of this huge abandoned house not far from us from someone he knew. I guess he didn't want to explore it alone, so one day he brought me along with him to go check it out. Ronnie parked the car in a rather hidden location, covered by a bunch of trees. The house property wasn't visible from here. We'd have to walk down this concrete road that clearly hadn't been touched in forever. There were giant cracks with grass and weeds growing through it just about everywhere. All the grass around the road was overgrown, almost overtaken with weeds as well. Suddenly, we noticed a woman down the road walking behind us in our direction. I asked Ronnie what we should do, and he said to just play it cool. If we started to run, it would look suspicious. The woman was walking with both her hands folded behind her back as if she were going for a relaxing stroll. We kept walking at our regular pace, maybe picking it up a bit, just slightly. I turned around once more, and she was much closer now, and I could see a smile on her face. She was looking back at me. Then she said, "Lovely day today, isn't it?" My brother and I simultaneously responded, "Yeah." She kept walking behind us, getting closer and closer. Then, as she was almost right on top of us with her hands still folded behind her back, she said, "I have to go to bed now." Ronnie and I looked at one another with confused looks. We both picked up the pace now without saying a word to each other. We just saw in each other's faces that it was time to speed up and get away from this woman. My brother turned around one last time and said, "Have a great day, ma'am." We stayed in the speedwalk pace for a while, and the next time we turned around, that woman was gone completely off the road. That meant she must have taken off into the woods, which was incredibly creepy. It was absolutely a chilling start to this little field trip. We made it to the house. It was noticeably deteriorated. There were vines of ivy growing up certain parts of the walls. Some of the glass windows were shattered, meaning it had been explored before, and that's exactly how we entered the house, through one of the broken windows. We climbed in, making sure not to cut ourselves on any broken glass. Right from the start, surprisingly, there was a lot of stuff left behind, like all the furniture, albeit it looked a little worn out. All the wall decor, the little decorations on the coffee table, even when we went into the kitchen and checked the fridge, there were food items left behind, very rotten food items. Opening that fridge was like getting smacked in the face with a smell of death. After checking the whole first floor, we went down to the basement. The basement, like the first floor, was still completely furnished. Although down here it was a lot messier. There were a ton of things like loose sheets of paper and garbage spread out on the floor. The carpet was a faded blue color. There was a little bit of light that came into the room through the windows at the top of the walls. Then we heard a noise from upstairs, a distinct thump. We both just froze like statues, waiting for any kind of noise again. Within a few seconds, we chalked it up to just being a noise of an old, deteriorating house. There wasn't much else to see in the basement, so we went back up to the first floor. The only place left to check was the upstairs. At the top of the stairs, from what I remember, was the bathroom directly in front of the stairs, and then to the left was a small hallway that led to an open door. The hallway cut left. I don't remember what was to the right, but I'll tell you why in a second. Ronnie and I went left and into the first doorway. It was a bedroom, a decently sized bedroom, but it didn't seem like the master bedroom. There was a double bed in there and an antique-looking dresser. There were some old articles of clothing left behind in the dresser, nothing I wanted to touch. Ronnie left the room first, and then he said, "Mare Ned," scared-sounding tone. I looked up at him, and he was looking down the hall. I stepped into the hall and saw what he was looking at. There was that woman from earlier, standing in front of the bed in another bedroom at the end of the short hallway. She was still smiling like before. She opened her mouth and said, "Do you want to see what's behind my back?" My brother screamed, "Run," and he pushed me to start running. We both made a beeline for the front door and sprinted to the outside. I couldn't help but look back at the house, at the upstairs windows, expecting her to be at one of them, but she wasn't. I also just had to make sure she wasn't chasing after us. We kept running until we were out of sight from the house, and then we kept running some more, even though my cardio sucked and I was out of breath. When we finally made it back to the car, I gagged, trying to throw up from exhaustion. We got in the car, and Ronnie drove us home. The whole ride, we couldn't stop theorizing what it was that just happened. We said it might have been some loony woman off her meds or escaped from a mental facility or something. Maybe she was living in that abandoned house. But even explaining all of that away, the big question is, what did she have behind her back? And was she holding it that whole time she was walking behind us? So many questions that will never be answered. I'm not going to lie, I basically went to college to smoke weed and go to parties. My full intention was to do just enough to get by while partying as much as I could. Unfortunately, though, for me, I only applied to a few schools and was only accepted to one, a small college in the mountains of New Hampshire. It was very small, around 3,500 total undergrads, and I went not knowing anybody. On the first day, as I was skipping the ice-breaking games and other students were giving tours of the campus to their families before leaving, I wandered down a small path behind the cafeteria toward a small stream that I had noticed during the drive-in. I lit a joint, and I was just meandering around when I noticed another dude a little further down the stream that cut a straightish path through the trees. He was also smoking a joint, I assumed, at least by the way he was holding it. So I made my way over to see if I just made my first college friend and introduce myself. His name was Louis, and he seemed pretty cool. He was smoking some really nice herbs, so I figured I could get along with him. He only stood at about 5 feet 5 inches, and he was also a little stubby, but I remember noticing that he had a really weird laugh, like a nervous type. Whenever he laughed, he'd kind of look off to the side and then glance back at me from his peripheral vision. Yeah, I knew it was kind of weird back then for being the first time I'd met him, literally the first 30 seconds of introducing myself. But I just thought maybe he was socially awkward, had bad teeth, or who knows. I was taught not to judge, and he was otherwise normal. We ended up hanging out fairly frequently, playing video games, drinking, and smoking. But other people, especially in my dorm, didn't really seem to take to him, not that I really felt a strong connection with him. I didn't. It was a very superficial friendship built around drugs and debauchery, but I definitely got the sense that my other friends weren't comfortable around him. Then something weird happened that I've managed to successfully forget about until just very recently. My heart is pumping out of my chest just typing this. One weekend, my roommate was home for a visit, and Louis's roommate was having his girlfriend over, which basically implied in college terms that Louis was staying with me. It kind of just seemed automatic. We got trashed, smoked a ton, got pizza, and played video games. I was pretty out of it, and we were both sitting in desk chairs in my room, passing a bowl back and forth. When he handed the bowl to me, leaning toward me in his chair, he put his hand over my hand and casually in a low, steady voice said, "I'm going to kill you." Okay, so like I said, we were all sorts of up, but I was definitely freaked out a little. He'd never really been aggressive before, even at his most intoxicated, and he certainly never said anything like this before. I've never handled confrontation very well, so all I said was, "Dude, don't do that, bro," and I sort of just laughed it off. I tried to write it off as a drunk, stoned idiot playing too much Mortal Kombat. We had a bunk bed set up in the room since it was pretty small, and I was on the top. My roommate was a bigger guy and didn't want to have to climb down to pee in the middle of the night. We had both gone to bed, but my roommate had put up Christmas lights that we always kept on, strung along the ceiling. I'm half deaf, I should add, and when I sleep, I tend to roll onto my functioning ear to block out sounds or maybe muffle them in the pillow. This also means that I'm a pretty heavy sleeper. But sometime during the night, I woke up feeling a little nauseous and slowly opened my eyes. Louis was standing on the edge of the mattress, holding on to the side railings of my top bunk and staring directly at my face as I was sleeping. My eyes grew wide as I snapped awake and sat up. "What the hell, dude?" I said, backing up and bumping my head on the wall behind me. Then he turned his head and gave me that look from the corners of his eyes, the same smile and laugh that freaked me out the first day I met him. He was still holding the railings, standing on the mattress from the lower bunk, with his face lit in weird splashes of color from the Christmas lights. He took one hand from the railing, put his finger to his mouth while smiling and still looking at me sideways, and whispered, "Shoo," before hopping down and leaving the room. It was like 3 a.m., and I don't know where he went that night. I never told anyone about that, and I pretty much did my best to bury it and never think about it again. I avoided Louis for the rest of the year, making up excuses when he wanted to chill alone, but I did end up at the same parties with him a few times. We never talked about it, though. He never brought it up. I transferred to another school the following year, not because of Louis or anything, just financial reasons. I did manage to forget about that weird incident, but that was 15 years ago. I'm 33 now and recently got a call from my old roommate from the school in New Hampshire, who luckily remembered my very repetitive phone number. I actually made a song out of it that's really easy to remember, and I've never changed the number. "Man, remember that guy Louis that you used to hang out with at the dorms? He killed his 2 friends with a hunting knife and fishing line on a camping trip a year ago," he said. He said he was too screwed up to control himself, supposedly, and he was mixing his meds with booze and drugs. They said he just lost it. The thing that messes with me is wondering if he told them he was going to kill them like he did me, and that the last thing they saw was that sideways smile that I saw when I woke up that night. This is a story that happened a few years ago when I was working as a Uber driver. I worked countless hours picking up random clients and bringing them to their respective destinations. I quite frankly enjoyed my job as I got to meet new people every week and sometimes got to engage in conversation about their personal life and whatnot. I was a pretty social guy, so this was a common thing. Well, for the most part, anyway. The job wasn't always sunshine and glam, as some people just brushed me off and strictly wanted to be driven without any small talk. I remember this one Saturday night. I had parked my car close to the club district as it was the hot spot for Uber drivers trying to get the most amount of clients possible. Most individuals around this side of town were usually intoxicated and were just fetching for a ride home. I remember driving about several different individuals throughout the night and got tipped pretty decently each time. The time was roughly 1 a.m. when I decided to park my car curbside near the district once more and hopefully drive one last client home before calling it a night. That's when a girl abruptly appears face first on my driver's side window, cupping her hands around her eyes as if she was trying to look at me or something inside my car. To be honest, I was a little taken aback, as my car didn't have its windows tinted, so seeing her nosily peep inside my car was rather bizarre, to say the least. Ma'am, can I help you? She just stared at me and then said in a frantic voice, "Please drive me." "Ma'am, is everything okay? Please just take me home. I'm begging you. Let me inside your car, sir." The woman relentlessly pleaded for me to take her home, as the tone in her voice gave off an impression that sounded wretched and distressful. "Ma'am, I can't take any clients unless you requested a ride through the Uber app. I need a ride now. Please open the door, I'm begging you." Okay, I'll drive you." That's when the lady hops in the passenger seat and directs me to drive on the freeway. I knew driving her would be a huge risk, as it went against Uber's policies and also my moral values of picking up random strangers without the security of the company's app. I couldn't help but draw my attention towards the lady. It was honestly difficult driving, as I couldn't help but glance over in her direction through my peripherals. "Ma'am, is everything okay? Do you need me to call the cops at all?" No, 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 no. She just kept repeating that word while hyperventilating like she was borderline about to experience an anxiety attack. "Ma'am, you're really scaring me. Are you sure everything is all right? Just get off at this exit and keep driving." "Ma'am, where are you taking me?" "The road ahead is just nothing but forest preserve according to my GPS. Do you live outside of town or something? And how are you going to pay?" I already said I was going to withdraw money from an ATM, so just shut up and keep driving. Okay. I have honestly never felt so much fear in my entire life than this particular moment. I was convinced that the woman had to be mentally ill or delusional to some degree with the weird behavior and antics. There was about a 5-minute awkward moment of silence as I kept driving through the one-way streets surrounded with hordes of trees and forests. "Hey, can you pull over here? I just have to pee really, really bad." I then slowed the vehicle down and eventually made a stop to the side of the road as the woman got out and began to sprint towards the forest to do her business. That's when I began to play the waiting game while casually texting my fiancé regarding the situation. As I was looking at my cell phone, I could see my car began to illuminate with light shining from the back of my car. A car had just pulled up and oddly parked right next to the rear end of my vehicle. I then saw a hooded man get out of the passenger side and sprint towards the forest. I began to scream, "Hey! Hey! What the hell are you doing?" That's when I got startled by another man who abruptly slammed his hand against the driver's side window of where I was sitting. He then said, "Where is she? Where is she, you little rat?" "I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm just a Uber driver. I saw her get inside your vehicle." That's when I saw the hooded man drag the woman out of the forest while covering her mouth with one of his hands. I could visibly see and hear her muffled cries for help while she was forcibly getting dragged into the back seat of their vehicle. The man by my window then sprinted to the vehicle and immediately drove off into the distance. I began to dial 911 while attempting to chase the vehicle, but unfortunately couldn't keep up as they aggressively sped away. I then pulled over to the nearest exit and waited for the police to show up. About 15 to 20 minutes later, the cops showed up and I began to file a police report. When I was asked about any information regarding the vehicle, I almost wanted to rip all my hair out as I failed to get the simplest information, which was getting the man's driver's license. I still think about that incident every time I'm on the road now. All I can hope for is that the woman ends up returning home safely and that those guys end up getting caught so that justice could be served. I ended up filing a report to Uber and even went as far as to set up a dash cam in my vehicle just in case I get involved in any disturbing situations in the future. I just hope that I never encounter another stranger like that again. I live on a farm with my brother and his wife. We split the responsibilities in the busy season. In the off-season, they go off traveling quite often. My fiancé passed away a few years ago, and I haven't really put myself back out there just yet. I spend a lot of time alone, and the off-seasons really get to me. This was early October, right around the time before our last harvest. My brother Alex and his wife were out of town for a few days. I figured something like this would happen while I was holding the fort myself. It was a night like any other. The windows in the house were still open to allow that refreshing October breeze to flow through the house. Outside, I suddenly heard a scream. There was a scream of a female. I couldn't tell if it was a teenage girl or a grown woman, but it was blood-curdlingly high-pitched. I sprang up from my lazy boy recliner and went to my gun safe in my bedroom to grab my rifle. I went outside to be greeted by the breezy, chilly air. I stood on the front porch for a second, waiting, and I heard the scream again. It was coming from the cornfield. I fired a round into the air as a warning shot. I didn't at that moment know what was happening. It could have been someone in danger or a group of teens messing around being punks. After I fired the round, I heard a woman's voice yell, "Help," before there was nothing but silence. I called out, "Who's out there? Where are you?" Nothing but wind now. I turned on every exterior light I had on my house and also grabbed my cell phone and called 911 as I walked into the cornfield, calling out and waiting for a response. After telling the operator what I heard, I was left to wait for a few police officers to arrive. There were a total of 4 that ultimately showed up, and with their help, we all checked the cornfield, shining flashlights and yelling out for anybody who needed help. I'd imagine that anytime someone has reported screaming for help, the cops take it a little more seriously. After we ultimately found no one, I was told by one cop to call 911 again if I should hear anyone scream for help and that they'd be nearby. Then they all left. I went back inside of the house, not before taking one more look out to the cornfield. I closed the door and turned off all the lights. There's not much to do in this county for the local kids, so it didn't seem unbelievable that maybe it was some kids trying to scare some random farmers and homeowners. After another hour of watching TV, I went upstairs to bed. I took a couple of melatonins to help me sleep as I'm a chronic insomniac. Usually, I'd say that's unfortunate. After I'd guess an hour and some minutes, I heard creaks and clunks from downstairs. I just realized I never closed the windows downstairs. You can hear everything through the paper-thin walls in this house, and all the floors make noise. I grabbed my cell phone and called my brother Alex. He picked up, and I asked him in a whisper if he's home. He said no. In that moment, all the hairs on my body stood up. And I knew now I was in fight or flight mode. I told my brother there's someone in the house, call the police for me. He was a few towns away, so it would be the same dispatch center. He said he would, no questions asked, and hung up. I tiptoed as quietly as I could to the safe and grabbed my shotgun. I know for a fact I made a noise as I crept to it, though it was inevitable. I heard sounds from downstairs. There was definitely someone in my house. I crept to the door and opened it. I looked down the stairway to the downstairs. I could still hear the breeze flowing through the house downstairs. The hairs on my arms were standing up. I started inching down the stairs one at a time, trying my best not to make a sound, but I only made it down a few steps before hearing footsteps from downstairs on the wood floors creeping closer to the stairway until a tall, skinny figure appeared at the bottom of the steps. I cocked the shotgun and said, "Don't move." He didn't listen. He almost calmly walked out of sight. And I heard his footsteps then pick up to a run through the living room and then out the back door. I yelled, "Stop," as I briefly attempted to chase him, but as soon as he was out of my house, I locked the door and called my brother. He said the cops were on the way. I locked every single window on the first floor and waited for the police to come back. It was the same officers. They did a little search of the perimeter of the property, this time with all the lights on. One of the officers said he was going to stay on the property for the night, though I don't think that guy was coming back after seeing I was armed. In fact, he never did. But the story doesn't end there. I was finishing up the last harvest of the season in the combine, and while doing so, I noticed a shoe in the field. I stopped the machine to go pick it up and examine it. It was a woman's shoe, size 8.5. This got me thinking back to the screams I heard, followed by the man breaking into my house hours later. I called 911 once again and left the shoe where it was to not hinder any potential evidence. When police came, they did another investigation of the cornfield, and they took the shoe as a piece of evidence to a possible disappearance. They even brought police dogs to sniff out any possible scents. The strange thing is, there were no missing female reports in our county, not at the time at least. I hope whoever's shoe that is still alive today. It makes me sick thinking someone might have been murdered on my farm. Every class has their resident oddball. Back when I was in high school, ours was Thomas. He stood around 6'3" and had the body of a jock, but was never part of the cool clique. That's because of his social skills. See, Thomas was really, truly weird. For example, he once got caught going around collecting roadkill and then mailing the remains through people's doors. He used to get his kicks from tormenting the younger students at our school, but not in the usual way some people do. He'd go overboard, hitting them really hard with sticks, and forcing them to get on all fours on the ground, then sitting on them like they were his chair for long periods of time until their limbs and backs gave out. His antics had earned him a suspension in the past. So like I say, he was weird, but because he was huge and muscular nobody ever bothered him, especially not me, seeing how small I was for my age. Anyway, within our year group he mostly kept to himself. That all changed on the night of the prom. It was sometime in the middle of the evening, and while I was hanging around a punch bowl, two of my buddies came up to me. They told me that they'd seen Thomas outside the venue. He was apparently hanging around out by the surrounding forest all alone. Somehow he'd gotten hold of a hatchet. They didn't know if he'd found it somewhere, or if he'd brought it with him and stashed it. Either way, they said he was brandishing it at them, and saying some messed up stuff about how someone was gonna meet the Reaper on prom night, and how he just hadn't decided who yet. What a nut, I said, and proceeded to forget all about it. Just some empty, meaningless nonsense from Thomas the Loon, I figured. The night continued, and while dancing with my date I got a sudden urge for a cig. I'd nabbed a few from my brother earlier without him noticing. "Be right back," I told her. I walked out into the hallway and snuck out one of the side doors to the venue. I lit my smoke and relaxed, contemplating the evening. Damn, proms weren't as fun as the movies made them out to be, I thought. As I stood out there all by myself, puffing away, I looked out to the nearby woods. It was dark that night, but thanks to the moonlight, I could just about make something out in the tree line. It looked like a person. You know when you can just sense that someone is watching you. Well, I couldn't see their face, but I could feel their eyes all over me. Suddenly, the figure began full-on sprinting in my direction. My heart skipped a little. It was a tall guy in a tuxedo. They stopped abruptly, about 6 feet away from me. It was Thomas. Edward. Old buddy. Boy, am I glad to see you, he said, the same way an alien new to our planet might think a human communicates with other humans. Say, why don't you come down to the woods real quick? I've got something I want to show you. I think you're really gonna like it. I remembered what my friends had told me earlier, how Thomas had been waving a hatchet around. Luckily, he didn't seem to have it on him in that moment. Then again, maybe that's what he wanted to show me in the woods. No thanks, man. I just want to get back to dancing. No offense. I tried to push on the door to go back inside. Problem. It was one of those fire escape doors. The ones that only open from the inside. I was trapped out there with him. Come with me now, Edward. I insist. No thanks, Thomas, I'm really not in the mood. Thomas was much bigger than me, and his size and demeanor were quite intimidating. I was only 5 feet 6 inches. It was like David and Brian. Still, I stood my ground, refusing to go with him every time he insisted. I'd never felt more alone than in that moment. I eyed Brian over. I know what you're thinking, Edward, he said. You're thinking where you should hit me if you have to take me down. If I try do something to you. What you should do. Where you should run. What you should shout. He stepped closer to me. But you can't do nothing, Edward. If I want to hurt you, there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. There was an eerie silence as he stared at me for what must have been half a minute. Then, deeply, and I want to hurt you. I want to hurt you real bad. I was paralyzed with fear. Come on, man, I said. Don't be like this. His eyes stared at me with a fiery intensity, wide and soulless. His expression was disturbingly neutral. Not a moment too soon, my buddies from before came walking around the corner of the building. They'd asked my date where I'd gone, and she told them I went outside. Remembering Thomas from earlier, they both began to worry about me and came to check I was okay. You can't put a price on good friends, let me tell you. They saw Thomas trapping me against the wall and came running. Thomas sprinted away, disappearing into the trees. He was big, but he couldn't take all 3 of us. We went back inside and told one of our teachers what happened. Nothing came of it. Graduation came and went after that, and life went on as normal. I erased the Thomas incident from my mind entirely. Years later, while surfing the internet, I decided to look up all my old friends and see what became of them. Many had married, others seemed to be doing well. On a whim, I decided to check Thomas's name on Facebook as well. Couldn't find him. I Googled his name instead. I was shocked by what I read, but I can't say I was the least bit surprised. Thomas was serving a life sentence in prison after taking the life of his college roommate. He'd used a hatchet. This happened a few years ago on the 4th of July. I had recently bought a house with my girlfriend of 7 years, whom I recently asked to marry me. We already have 2 kids together. This year was the first 4th of July we were celebrating as an engaged couple and homeowners, so I wanted to make this an extra special summer. We invited a bunch of our friends and family to our house for a backyard barbecue, and I promised everyone they would see fireworks they would never forget. I bought the biggest, baddest fireworks I could find on the internet for a great price. This was not the usual Roman candle sparklers and tiny little rockets that I usually got. If I could recall, it was a firework called something in the lines of the Armageddon. It was one of those fancy fireworks boxes that shot out a variety of fireworks and allegedly lasted a minute. On the day of the 4th of July, I spent the afternoon manning the grill and catching up with my old friends. I let the older kids play with the smoke bombs and bottle rockets. But it didn't stop them from begging me to set off the big fireworks all day. I laughed it off and told them to wait until it got dark. I didn't let it show, but I was also feeling very impatient to see the real show. Finally, in the evening, it was time. There was still a bit of light, but it was dark enough. I had all my fireworks set up on the lawn of my backyard. I started with the smallest fireworks I bought from the internet, a pack of 6 exploding mortars in all different colors, and then finally, the best for last, the Armageddon. I then picked a spot in the backyard and started digging a hole. I then planted the box inside to keep it from going anywhere but up and hurting anybody in the crowd. My fiancé then handed me a grill lighter to light the fuse, then I ran back to the crowd where we were all waiting in anticipation. The fire crawled up the fuse and into the box, and then nothing. Everyone was disappointed. I was worried I might have gotten a bunch of defective fireworks from the website. I gave it about a minute, then I went over and grabbed it out of the ground. I was partly confused as to why it didn't go off and partly mad that I had apparently been ripped off. I took the box over to the fireworks table to see if I could fix it somehow. I started playing around with the fuse, nudging it back and forth to see if it would do anything, but nothing happened until that's when the damn thing went off. I felt a blinding flash of light and at the same moment felt the rocket hit my right eye and fly across my face with a trail of fire. I collapsed, screaming. After that flash of light, everything had gone black. As this realization dawned on me, I could hear everyone screaming in panic as the fireworks began shooting in every direction and at the family. A moment later, things got even worse. The rocket managed to light the entire table of fireworks on fire, and after just a few seconds, every single one of them started going off as well. It was a brutal barrage of explosion after explosion. Everyone screaming and crying and trying to get away. I couldn't see a thing. I was so in shock that I couldn't even stand up. I just cowered with my head in my hands and screamed helplessly as I listened to my family and friends being bombed by the fireworks I brought into my own home. It seemed like an eternity. I spent the entire time hoping that nobody else got hurt and that I wasn't going to be blind forever. I wished that I could get up and help, but my body kept telling me there was nothing I could do because I was already dead. It was like my entire life had been struck from existence by a single rocket. I thought for a minute that I was actually dead, but eventually, the fireworks died down, and my wife was able to come to my aid. She brought me a wet rag to cover my eyes, but I'm sure she had misunderstood the severity of my injury. She kept asking me to open my eyes despite me screaming and wailing in pain. It burns like a no, I can't see anything. Somebody give me something. All I could remember was hearing my wife scream in horror and telling me that my eyes were pitch black. In that moment, I knew how badly I messed up. My wife called 911 immediately. Obviously, I don't think anybody but me and my family were still in the backyard when the ambulance arrived. Luckily, Nobody else suffered much more than a minor burn or a twisted ankle while running away. I wasn't so fortunate. While the rest of my body was uninjured, my eyes were severely damaged. I am now blind in both eyes. Today, all I can see is dim, shapeless, colorless blurs. My greatest concern is that I will never be able to see my wife ever again. Even worse, I won't be able to watch my kids grow up. I'll never see my youngest son's first steps. If I ever had another child, I will never know what they look like. If anyone ever uses fireworks of any kind, I strongly warn them in every possible way to use eye protection and to never look directly down the barrel of a firework. If I had been wearing safety glasses that day, I wouldn't be blind. This story was inspired by a disturbing incident regarding a man who lost his sight after fireworks exploded in his face. His greatest concern now is if he will ever have the chance to see his children again. The victim's name was Thomas Maiden. He was lighting fireworks on July 4th and had just lit a firework with the grill lighter but wasn't sure if the fuse had lit. Maiden then bent over the firework to check the fuse when it exploded in his face. Maiden's fiancée recalls his eyes being pitch black when he opened them. Doctors have mentioned that Maiden's only hope to regain partial sight is in his left eye with a cornea transplant, and that his right eye is extensively worse and will probably need a prosthetic cornea. Maiden told reporters that he doesn't have health insurance. He and his fiancée have since set up a GoFundMe page to help cover his medical expenses. Inking about money at this point. He is a former Uber driver. I've dealt with a whole bunch of unpleasant characters, from the drunken groups of friends on Saturday nights to the people who pretend to be handicapped to get free rides. But every so often, you may pick up somebody who can just be classified as a straight-up creep. I've picked up a few of these guys, but never one quite as bad as a guy named Ben. It was a Friday night in December, one of the coldest nights of the year. I had nothing to do, so I figured I'd do some late-night pickups. This was 2 years ago. I was 18 and had a new Honda Accord. My parents kind of spoiled me a bit. I was a very skinny 18-year-old, though, and that's why my dad told me to always keep a blade in my car, because you never know what kind of nuts are getting into the car. A guy named Ben popped up a couple of miles away by a major shopping area. I responded to his request and started driving in that direction. I pulled up in front of the shopping center where I saw a group of teenagers hanging out. It looked like trouble. I hoped this Ben guy wasn't part of this group. A bunch of them looked at me and my car as I slowly passed. Eventually, I just hit the gas and went further into the parking lot of the shopping center, wanting to get away from this group. I did 2 laps around the whole parking lot until I finally noticed through my left mirror somebody approaching my car from behind. I rolled down my window and called out, "Ben." He called back, "Yes." I told him to hop in. I had to repeat myself 3 times, and given that all I was saying was "hop in," very clearly made the situation very weird from the start. The 4th time he finally understood me and walked slowly around the back, getting into the seat right behind me. Usually, the people I picked up would sit diagonally from me, which is what I preferred. When people sat right behind me, it just made me a little paranoid sometimes, especially when the person seemed kind of creepy. This guy was old. He had to be in his upper 40s. When I asked him his age, he told me he was 46, which I entered into my phone. By his voice, I could tell he was a very heavy smoker. Come to think of it, my car was starting to smell like cigarettes. The address he gave me was 10 miles away, which was fine since that meant I'd be making more money. I tried making small talk initially, which didn't work out too well. If I would ask him a yes or no question, sometimes he'd just mumble, and any other questions led to dry responses. I stopped talking when he completely ignored one of my questions. There were still 5 miles to go. By the 6-mile mark, things started getting uneasy. I was afraid to look into the rearview mirror because I was so sure that he was staring at me. I took a quick half-second glance, and I was right. He was, in fact, staring at me. My body forced my foot down heavier on the gas. I wanted this ride to be over sooner. By the 8-mile mark, I started to realize we were in the middle of nowhere. We were on basically a deserted street with woods on either side and occasional buildings. I was growing suspicious now as to where this address he told me actually was, so while driving, I dragged my finger across my phone to slide the map in the direction of the address. It seemed to lead to a dead-end street with no surrounding streets nearby. I was getting more and more nervous with each passing minute. I shot a glance back up again at the mirror, and he was still watching me. I finally summoned up the courage to ask him if the address he gave me was of his house. There was silence for a few moments, and I thought he was once again going to ignore me or possibly didn't hear me. But 5 seconds later, he finally answered, yes. There was less than a mile left in the drive now, still surrounded by nothing but woods with the occasional empty-looking building. I was approaching the dead-end street that the address he gave me resided on, hoping some houses would come into sight. As the street came up, I slowed down so I could get a good look at it, but nothing could be seen, just pitch blackness. I could only imagine why he wanted to get me out here alone, so far away from anybody or anything. I casually kept driving, pretending like I missed it, hoping he wouldn't notice. But he did. Instantly, he hopped out of his seat and yelled at me to turn around. Honestly, I felt like my life was on the line, so I apologized and did a quick 3-point turn. As I was repositioning, I flicked a blade open and held it tight in my right hand, ready to use it. I turned down the dead-end road, with my headlights now displaying just what I thought I would see, nothing but trees on either side. I made it to the end of the road, not a single house or building. I just knew something was about to go down. I was just trying to physically and mentally prepare myself for it. Suddenly, he said in as soft a voice as he probably could, "Thanks for the ride." I wasn't even opened his door, but before stepping out, he said, "Could you get out of the car for a second? I need help carrying my bag. I have a bad back." But he didn't have a bag. I knew he didn't. He didn't come in with one. I replied, yeah, sure. Let yourself out and I'll help you in a sec." The shakiness in my voice was too obvious. What happened next I never imagined would happen. All of a sudden, I felt pressure on my neck. It took me at least a second before I could realize he was choking me from the back seat. Immediately, I drilled the blade into his left arm, and he screamed in pain, releasing his grip on my neck. He fell out of the car and onto the street, and I took that opportunity to turn the car around and practically floor it down the street until I returned to a busy road. I actually didn't end up calling the cops. I was just too scared to do anything but drive home, and by the time I got home, I just wanted to go to sleep and forget about it. Needless to say, I resigned from my Uber driving days after this incident. Start this off, I am not a winter sports person by any means, nor do I claim to be. I've been a few times with family and friends, but that would be the extent of my experience. I had an ex-girlfriend who, at the time when we were dating, liked to test me in many ways, some good, some not so good. Random ski trip when we were on vacation in Japan. I'll let you be the judge of that. This all took place a few years ago when we were still dating. She used to travel a lot, doing cool humanitarian things around the world, and I, for the most part, stayed local and worked a normal job. She and I both had vacation time that we needed to adventure ahead of us. Before the year was out, she made a suggestion that we go to Japan for a week or so. Being a huge anime fan, I could not help but become excited. It even overshadowed all the possible arguments we would probably have just existing around each other for that long of uninterrupted time. I agreed to go, and she took care of all the planning and travel accommodations. The time came, and we boarded our flight to the land of the rising sun. Other than the flight being horribly long, it was otherwise non-eventful. We would be staying in 3 different locations over the week that we would be visiting there. The first being in Tokyo, one in the countryside where a friend of hers lived from college, and our last residency would be in a ski lodge in the snow-covered mountains to the north. I did not know she had planned a ski trip, but whatever, I was already there. What could go wrong? The first few days went by fast, much faster than one would like when being in such a cool place. The people, the culture, the food, everything was so much more than I could ever hope for. Friday night rolled around, and we took the 6-hour bus ride to the ski resort where we would be staying that weekend. The bus traveled through the night, so we arrived early Saturday morning. The scenery was amazing and also intimidating. We got checked in and headed back to our room, where we would get some much-needed rest before hitting the slopes. After waking up and getting dressed, we went down to the rental station to get all of our equipment. She got skis, and I went for the snowboard. I had never really snowboarded before, but I had picked up longboarding a few months prior, so I figured it could not have been too much of a difference. Now being fully equipped, we made our way to where the ski lifts were. There was a map that showed all the different slopes you could take, but obviously, everything was in Japanese, so it didn't make it easy. It didn't help that the colors used to mark the trails were not your normal red for hardest, green for easiest type of deal. Instead, black, purple, orange, and yellow were what was in front of us. So we decided to take the black route, which seemed to be the most mild out of the bunch. We hopped on the ski lift, which took us up the mountain, giving us a supreme view of the resort. The snow was starting to come down a good bit, which added to the amazing backdrop. Taking in all the sights around me, I did not realize one very important thing. We had ridden the lift very high up the mountain and basically to the top. We dropped off the lift at the summit of the mountain. It was around dusk, and there was not a soul in sight. Not to mention, at the top of the mountain, the snow was falling quite heavily. I think we messed up. I yelled out over the harsh winds. I could tell she was nervous, not being the most proficient skier herself, but we had no choice. We started to try and make our way down the mountain. I quickly learned my longboard skills did not equate to snowboard skills. I would pick up speed rapidly, then fall onto my butt repeatedly. The snow was falling so hard that within minutes I lost sight of my girlfriend. I called out for her, but nothing could be heard but the wind and the snow pelting my helmet. I didn't want to risk distancing us more, so I unclipped myself from my board and began to walk along the edge of the slopes nearest to the tree line. That was the only place where the snow was not up to my knees. I was now in whiteout conditions, the likes of which I had never been a part of before. Besides, we don't get much snow back in Southern California. I was becoming dangerously cold, and my girlfriend was still nowhere to be found. I kept a slow pace down the side of the mountain in hopes that I would see her ride past, but after about 20 minutes of that not happening, I started to think maybe I was the one that had fallen behind and she had passed me in the dense snowfall. The slope that we had chosen to take had not been the easiest at all. This one was by far the steepest. Just when I was starting to lose hope, I could hear my name being called ever so faintly in the distance. I turned around, trying my best to clear the snow from my goggles to see where it was coming from. Like a fuzzy picture becoming clearer by the second, my girlfriend could be seen emerging from the frozen tundra, sitting and riding on her skis like some sort of sled. I called back to her, and she coasted over to where I was. She was crying and all shaken up, thinking that she had lost me for good on that mountain. I assured her I was fine and just a little frozen. Then we carried on down the mountain. After about 15 to 20 minutes of walking, the lights of the resort dimly came back into view. I had never been so happy to see civilization in my life. Eventually, we made it back inside the lodge, where it was now packed, unlike before when we came in all snowy with our gear. We were getting a lot of weird stares when we went to return the gear. The clerk asked what we had been doing. I looked at him with a dumbfounded look on my face because we were literally turning in our gear. How could he ask such a thing? I stated the obvious: we had just come in from hitting the slopes. He had a very shocked look about him. What? I asked. The mountain has been closed for the last couple of hours due to the storm that rolled in. Being up there in these conditions could be a death sentence. My girlfriend and I looked at each other with looks of terror as we made our way to our room. I definitely felt a sense of impending doom. She said we had a laugh, showered, and were back on a plane to California the next morning. My grandparents had passed away within a few months of each other, leaving their house empty. There was talk of renting it out initially, but because of its poor state of disrepair, the family decided against it. No consensus about what to do with it could be arrived at. Therefore, we let it decay for another decade or more before I would stumble upon it. My aunt and I were going through my mother's things and discovered an old family photo album. Mom had gone off on one of her journeys, and no one was sure if she had ever returned. She and I had been having an on and off relationship for years, so there was a lot about the family I didn't know. I came across a picture of her and me when I was just a baby, but I didn't recognize the house we were standing in front of. I inquired, and my aunt told me about the old Wheeler family house that had once belonged to her parents. No one had been there in over a decade, and she wasn't even sure if it was still standing. So, after half an hour of badgering, she agreed to take me out to see it. The following morning, we headed out of town through 30 miles of cornfields until we came to a turnoff that led down a long, weedy gravel road. As we crested the hill, I was taken aback. The house I saw before me, despite being run down, was still breathtaking. In its prime, it must have been the finest home in the county. My aunt pulled up within a few yards of it, and we got out. From what I could see, nobody but the occasional mowing company had been there in a very long time. I couldn't help but be in awe. I loved the place. The vibrant pink and blue paint had long faded from its soaring towers, and the massive porch was beginning to sag in a few places. Before I entered, I wanted to take in every bit of the wonderful facade I could. Around the back were the remnants of the old horseshoe pits and what my aunt told me was my grandfather's Ford pickup. Although the big house had long seen its best days, I knew I hadn't seen anything that could compare. Maybe one of those beautiful Victorian mansions in San Francisco, even those would be dwarfed in comparison to this. When I was ready, we climbed the concrete steps and entered through the back entrance. From the moment we cracked the door, we were overwhelmed by a hideous smell coming from inside. We assumed it was a normal part of having a house sealed for so long and continued with our search. Everything appeared as if it had been left where it was on my grandmother's last day, almost like a time capsule or museum. The lights were even still working. Only later did I discover that my mother had been paying the bills all these years in hopes someone would return and live there someday. Walking from room to room and seeing all the beautiful antique furnishings, I couldn't stop wondering why I had never been told about the house. Regardless of our frequent estrangement, I would have helped my mother with the upkeep of it. It was downright insane to me to leave such a beautiful place to rot. Then again, my mother's strange ways were the main reason for our frequent falling outs. As we made our way to the second floor, the smell only got worse. I suggested we cut our visit short and just take a quick look around. Every door was closed, so I went to the closest one and stuck my head in. This must have been a guest room or spare. Upon the bed laid a beautiful and elaborate quilt, easily over 100 years old. My aunt was going through a cedar chest in a room next to me. I joined her, and we discovered another much older photo album and decided to bring it back with us to look at later. She closed the door behind us, and I made my way toward the last room. Unfortunately, the closer I got to the door, the stronger the smell became. I was reluctant to open it, but I thought if the poor critter was where I could get to it, I'd take it outside and give it a good burial. Cracking the door, the stench slapped me in the face, and I lost focus for a moment. When I regained my composure, I was met with a terrible sight. Before me was not a dead forest creature, but a human being. The bloated body, now unrecognizable, lay curled up silently on the bed. I could feel my knees begin to buckle, so I turned as quickly as possible away and out of the room. My aunt was confused by my behavior and stuck her head in before yanking it out quickly again. We both ran down the stairs where the smell was less potent, and I called 911. The officers spent a few minutes in the room before coming back out with a small piece of paper and a driver's license. One of them joined us at the table where we were sitting and asked a few questions about my mother. This made me nervous, and I began demanding he explain himself. A serious look came across his face, and he told us that the body appeared to belong to my mom. I didn't want to believe it at first, but when he handed me her license, I knew it was true. My aunt and I held each other for a long time and cried. The officer gave us a few moments before interjecting himself again. Then he asked me if I knew why she would take her own life. I had naturally assumed my mom had died in her sleep. She was an older woman, but the note he handed me made everything clear. She had been depressed for a long time because of being at odds with each other, and the last time we spoke, some things were said, and she feared she couldn't take it back. The morning after our argument, she decided to return to the only place that she'd ever been happy. Although she claimed to not be sure of what she was going to do at the time, the poor state of the house just sent her over the edge. The last sentence asked that I not blame myself for her death and that I move on with my life. The ending read simply, "Goodbye, Mom." A couple of weeks later, after everyone had time to deal with their grief, I brought the remaining family members together. After seeing the old house and realizing how the poor condition of it had hurt my mother, I proposed we try to raise the money to renovate it. In light of what had just occurred, I wanted to at least try to create something positive from our tragedy. I was given their blessings and went to work. It took some time, but on the first day of spring 2018, the Historical Society allowed me to lead the first tour of the newly restored Wheeler Mansion. A great day could have been much better had my mother been there with me. No matter our differences, it was her who inspired me and the one who truly made it all possible. My junior year in college, I had a strange experience. First, a few background details. My dorm room was attached to my roommate's, so I had to go out through hers to get to the bathroom or the hallway. She was a light sleeper, but I wasn't the type to be out late, so it didn't matter. I had 2 normal operations in my life at that time and discovered that while under anesthesia, I would wake up briefly toward the end before I was supposed to. If I got a mosquito bite, I had to deal with it for at least a month. I'm not a fast healer. One night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I woke up briefly somewhere else and then went right back to sleep. In this dream, I looked left, I looked right, and then I passed back out, just like if I was in surgery. I was on a hospital gurney, slightly inclined, facing the wall. There was ambient noise behind me, and the echo suggested it was a very large room. There was nothing sinister about the noises. On either side of me was a row of empty hospital gurneys. At my feet, just to my right, two people were having a conversation sitting on a bench against the wall. One was a person in a dark suit, the other, I don't know what it was. It was small, and I saw its hands, which appeared to have darker, grayish skin. They were speaking together, so animated and excited, like two old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, and they didn't notice me wake up. I didn't recognize the dialogue. Though I don't speak German, Mandarin, Russian, etc., I can recognize them when I hear them. This language was wholly unrecognizable, yet the person in the suit was fluent. I went back to sleep. In the morning, I said to myself that that was a messed up dream and went to the shower. As I passed my roommate, who was still in bed, she asked, "Where did you go last night?" I thought that was odd. After my shower, I started to put my makeup on and noticed something on my face. I leaned closer and could not believe what I saw, two perfectly parallel lines, impossibly thin and impossibly perfect. There was some clear hard gel on the top, and that's what I felt. There was no blood. My own hair was thicker than the width of the cuts, yet I could see down into my skin a little. This was 1996. I had never seen anything like this. These days, I would say it was a laser cut topped with liquid Band-Aid, but neither of those things seemed prevalent in those days. I said, "Okay, there's an explanation." I slept on a staple or a paper clip. I do homework in my bed all the time. I went and scoured my pillow for anything sharp and found nothing. So, I got my sewing needle, a staple from some homework, and a paper clip. I dunked them in hydrogen peroxide and made cuts on my face similar to what was there. Immediately, blood welled up, and the skin was jagged from all three objects, and the width of all cuts was thicker than the laser cuts. I determined that nothing in my room could have made the cuts. I didn't have an X-Acto knife, but I knew the blood would well up the same way if I did. I skipped my first class as I tried to figure out what to do. I kept obsessively feeling my face all day, in awe of the perfection of what was there and how it could have come to be. There were only two people on campus rich enough to have a digital camera, which meant I would have to borrow a friend's 35mm because I didn't have my own. That meant I would have to explain myself to my friend and possibly the photo shop when the pictures came back. Who would I even give the photos to? Who would I even contact, and what would I tell them? In those days, if you even said the word alien, you were a pariah. After hours of mental debates sitting on the edge of my bed, I gave up thinking about it and finished my classes for the day. I sat on the edge of my bed into the night, debating, unsure of what to do. In the wee hours of the morning, I woke up. The cuts were gone, completely healed, no trace of even a scar. I was disturbed for a few days, but then I eventually forgot about it. A few years after graduating, I decided I was going to have some dental work done and went to two different offices to get quotes. They both took a full facial X-ray. I had long since forgotten my crazy dream and the cuts until I sat down across from the first X-ray technician and pointed to a strange thing showing up above my teeth. I asked if I was looking at a mirror image because it was on the same side as my cuts had been rather than the opposite side. No, I was told, the X-ray was actual, not a mirror image, so the right side of the image corresponded with the right side of my face. I pointed to the almost square image above my teeth and asked what that was. "It's just an X-ray anomaly," he said. He didn't seem bothered by it. I figured that meant there was some damage or irregularity with the X-ray plates and let it go. Then I went to the second dentist, an orthodontist, and had another X-ray done. You guessed it, the square was there in the exact same place. This time, I didn't even try to make polite small talk or beat around the bush. I pointed to the square and said, "What is that?" This time, the tech looked at me funny and said, "It's an X-ray anomaly," and she leaned closer and whispered, "We see them all the time," in a way that gave me goosebumps. This was in Spokane, Washington. I didn't know what else to say, so I said nothing. Could it be that whatever negatives or plates or whatever they used for an X-ray were damaged in exactly the same spots and exactly the same shape? Maybe, I guess. I don't know much about X-rays. But after that, I reflected on my situation. I don't feel freaked out, but I think there might be something in my face put there by somebody else. Here's what I know: we do this all the time to other species. We chase them in helicopters, shoot at them with tranquilizer darts, take rectal temperatures, take blood samples, stamp radio tags in their ears with no regard to if it hurts or the trauma of the event, or if their furry buddies will ostracize them later because they have something funky on their ear. In my situation, I was clearly well cared for, if it really happened at all. Someone was there as some kind of representative on my behalf. I was handled in such a way that if I didn't have a weird metabolism, I wouldn't have known what even happened. I never once felt pain. My cut healed instantly. If this is some kind of research-driven radio tag for the purposes of data collection or preservation of habitat or species, like we would do, they did it with far more regard for me than we have for other species on our own planet. I don't know what might happen if I get another X-ray 20 years later. I have tried to look when I go through airport security if anything shows up on the image we see in the booth, but I don't see anything. Surprisingly, I'm okay with this. I think it might just be science and nothing nefarious or evil. I wish my consent to be asked first, but I suppose it's hard to ask for consent when you're not even supposed to exist. It was the most horrific haunting night of my life. It still sends shivers down my spine. I'm 28 years old, and my boyfriend Tom lives in a different state. We take turns visiting each other for the most part, but I usually end up visiting him more often because he has his own place, and I still live with my sister as a roommate. I was going up there for a week because it was winter break, and I had off because I'm a teacher, so I packed a lot. I was taking up there my crappy '09 Hyundai Sonata that I bought from my sister. Up where Tom lives, there was snow on the ground at this point, so the more north I got, the more careful I had to be driving, as that car was not really built for driving in the snow. It was on the later side, and unfortunately, it was starting to snow really hard now. There were blizzard warnings earlier, but both Tom and I agreed it would be better to try and beat the blizzard tonight rather than come tomorrow when the roads are full of snow. I started to accept the fact that I needed to stay somewhere for the night as I was still too far away. And the roads were getting bad. After stopping for a quick sandwich and some coffee at a small diner, the waitress who I was conversing with told me there's no way I should be on the roads right now. She recommended a few hotels and motels in the area. Then, after she walked away and I was left alone to finish up eating, a guy sitting at the bar spun in his chair and said to me, "There's a motel right up the road from here." I put the motel's name into my phone. It said it was literally 5 minutes away. He said it was nice and cheap too, so I could just get a quick night's rest and get back on the road tomorrow. He really seemed to overhear my whole conversation with the waitress. He was also just sitting there at the bar with a beer. I'd never seen a person go to a diner just to drink. I didn't even know diners really serve alcohol, but people up by Tom are a little weird, to me at least, because I grew up in the city. The man introduced himself as Toby, and I gave him a fake name, saying I was Michelle. The rest of my time there, Toby was half facing me in a spinning bar stool, and I wasn't really looking to keep talking to him, so I looked away out the window to the snow until the waitress gave me my check. Then I said goodbye to them both as I left. In that half hour I spent in the diner, the snow accumulated at least an inch. I needed to get to that motel ASAP. I drove slow and was at the motel in a few minutes, maybe 10. There were a couple of cars in the lot. It looked like a cheap motel, which was all I needed. I didn't want to waste money anyway. I went to the front desk and asked for a room for a night. I think I paid around $50, and the man at the desk handed me a key to one of the downstairs rooms. I walked back outside to my car to get my stuff and bring it inside. It was a tiny little room with tacky wallpaper, a queen-sized bed, and a red carpet. It was fine for the night. I tried to FaceTime Tom, but there was no reception at all here. The motel had Wi-Fi, but the password was probably at the front desk. So I put my shoes back on and hurried outside through the cold snow to the front desk. On my way there, I noticed there was a new car in the parking lot. I saw someone sitting inside of it, but I didn't take the time to look at who it could have been because realistically, who does that? The man at the front desk emotionlessly pointed to the free Wi-Fi sign with the password, and I typed it in. It took a minute, but I was connected. I went back to my room in a hurry, locked the door, and FaceTimed Tom. Even with Wi-Fi, the connection was so shitty. I could see his face, but it would freeze frame for like 5 seconds, and his voice would cut as well. I was able to at least communicate with him that I was safe in the motel. We decided to just text instead because the FaceTime wasn't really working. We were texting back and forth for a few minutes, then I heard something come from the bathroom. Yeah, I leaned forward and saw that the bathroom door was shut. Was it shut before? I didn't remember. I texted Tom that I heard something in the bathroom, and I started freaking out because I realized I ran to the front desk without locking the motel room door. He asked if the door locks by itself. I said I don't think so, but now I also don't remember if I left the door cracked open or not. He told me to get up and check the door to see if it locks by itself when it closes and to bring the key with me. I got up, put my shoes on, and saw that the door had a traditional twisting lock that moved with the knob from the inside or the key on the outside. I opened the door looking to confirm this, but I noticed instantly the extra set of footprints leading to my door. Footprints led from that car that I saw someone sitting into my door, and nobody was in that car anymore. I felt like screaming, but instead, I closed the door to my room and ran to the front desk. I cried to the man that there's an intruder in my room. The front desk worker was not some huge jack dude, so I don't think he was wanting to go confronting someone. He told me to wait in here, and he called someone. I thought he was calling the police, but instead, he started speaking in some other language. I think he was calling a friend or associate. He hung up and told me again to just sit tight in here with him. I was standing in a position where I could see out the glass down to my room, and I let out a shriek when I saw the door to my room open and that man Toby from the diner walking to his car. We lost eyes for a second before he got in his car and backed out onto the unplowed roads, disappearing slowly down the road. The front desk worker's associate or friend or whoever it was arrived a while later. He was this big guy who didn't speak English. I don't know what they were saying to each other, but the front desk worker told me he would give me a different room free of charge to make me feel better. I didn't feel better, but I didn't have any other options of places to stay at this point. I took the new key, and the two men helped me move my stuff into the new room. Tom offered to come here, but I told him not to. It would be too long and too dangerous to drive in the dark in the snow. The next morning, the streets were somewhat plowed, enough to get through the rest of the drive to Tom's. Looking back, I don't like how that motel worker probably didn't call the cops because he didn't want his motel to get any negative attention. I called that diner to warn them about that man. I have no trust in strangers anymore, not after this.